Oh, hey AD, what's up? It's Troye Sivan. This is my house in Melbourne. Please come inside, make yourselves at home. I have been waiting for this day for my entire life, so. Yeah, I have been living in America for the last maybe 5 or 6 years, and I have been so homesick the entire time. And then when everything got crazy in March, I came back to Australia to be with my family. And eventually I was just like, wait, what am I doing? I am so unbelievably happy here, and I just feel so at home that I wanted to put down roots. And I found this house and I was just like, done. Okay, first things first, this is literally the most comfortable couch in the world. I feel like people are gonna get mad at me for not taking off my shoes. They advertise it as the most comfortable couch in the world, and it's accurate. It's by this company called Maker & Son. Fallen asleep here a good few nights. This coffee table we had made, it's just a really, really huge log, basically. I hope they didn't cut down just specifically for me. I should have done some research. One of my favorite art pieces in the whole house. This is my Ramesh sculpture. The artist Ramesh just is so sick and eccentric, and she also has a huge penis. These Akari lamps are my favorite. I think the goal was to have a soup of light. You know what I mean? I didn't want hard overhead lighting because no one looks good in that. Just finding soft light just kind of gently fills the room. And we kind of followed suit with these pendants. They're vintage, and I feel like they kind of look like alien skin or something. They sort of feel like what I imagine alien skin would feel like, and I love them. They glow at night. You guys should have come at night, in all honesty, because the house, with all the lamps and stuff, it just feels super, super cozy. This couch is vintage by Percival Lafleur. It reminded me of a spaceship or something. If you come around the back, you can see there's this white bathtub situation. I do always have a cut up apple tree in my house that wasn't just for the AD shoot. You know, just sometimes you want the branch as well, for whatever reason. This little moment, this is my reading nook or whatever, and it's super, super comfortable. So I sit here a lot, have my coffee. My wish for everyone is that your space is the place that you think of when you meditate, by using lamps or candles or just your favorite bed sheets. I want that for everyone because it's a really, really nice feeling to just have a place that's yours, and you know, you can just kind of kick back and relax and enjoy your life. That's what it's all about. I'm gonna say this a lot, but I think it's my favorite part of the house. It just feels really, really chill. We've got this awesome green stone. Look at this table thing. This is a servery. I think the technique is called end block, where each of these pieces is a separate piece of wood that they stick together, and then they cut it, and you get this finish or whatever. And apparently it's food safe, so you could eat your dinner off of it, but I use plates most of the time. One of my favorite things about the kitchen is this situation. Sometimes I stand here and serve coffees or whatever to people if they're in the garden. All the appliances are integrated, which is sick. I'm not gonna show you my fridge because it's mostly just beer and old takeout food. The materiality in the kitchen is, I think, my favorite in the house. We've got all of this black steel, and I love the way that it shows, I don't even know, these sort of natural markings, and then just wood, heaps and heaps and heaps of wood, because I love wood. So we did a really, really big renovation on this house. The kitchen's all totally brand new, but weirdly, there used to be a toilet here. It was still the kitchen, kind of grossed me out. And so we got rid of it, and I'm gonna show you where we put it, because I think it's kind of sick. Let's go upstairs. Oh, come here, I wanna show you the ghost. So if you look up here, we've got two art pieces. Here's a little ghost by this artist named Nell. It's hand-blown glass. I just think it's so cute. Kind of reminds me of my dog back in LA, which I unfortunately haven't seen for a couple months now. Feels like a little bit of Nash in my house, which is nice. And this is by an artist called Sydney Ball. And there's another one outside, which I'm gonna show you soon. Come upstairs. So here we are on the landing. This is one of my favorite places in the house to come and look. It's kind of lofty and reminds me of some places that I've been to in like Williamsburg. There's so many places to sit in the house. Like you can be sitting up here, talking to someone down there with no worries, or you could be working at my desk. Just heaps and heaps of books. Not a lot of people know this about me, but I am very, very gay. And so just in case people don't know that, I litter gay, homoerotic books all around the house. Sorry, don't look. I got this book, Jack Pearson, one of my favorite photographers. I shot with him a couple of years ago, and it's just so, so, so sick. Oh, look at this one. I got this 2 days ago. Hotels of Pyongyang. Super, super, super interesting. Kind of like finding beauty in everything, you know? A lot of this is photography, and a lot of the photography I've realized that I'm most interested in is like documentarian style, like sort of voyeuristic, where it's not necessarily like a setup photograph or whatever. You really do feel like you're getting a peep into someone's life for just like that, you know, quick second. So, this is the guest bedroom. Another huge Akari lamp, which I love. And then also the whole house opens up onto a park on this side. And so I just like the idea that if you open up this window, you get to hear the birds and stuff in the morning, and Australian birds just sound insane. So these cork ceilings were original to the house. It kind of makes the whole house feel kind of like a really cozy cave. And we did the walls in this like Venetian plaster, which is so smooth and soft. And so I feel like everything just kind of like hugs you at night. I really do mean it this time. I think this is my favorite room in the house. It's my sister's bathroom. Just like the colors and everything, it kills me, it really does. Like Flack Studio, who I worked with, did the most unbelievable job. I'm just like obsessed with all of this detailing and everything, and there's a massive skylight above my head as well, which is sick. Lets in so much natural light. Sometimes I'll just come into this bathroom, even though it's not my bathroom, just to kind of like watch how the light changes throughout the day, because it's really, really nice. This is my sister's room, Sage. Super cozy, super comfy. She's got this little balcony out here, another little Akari lamp. To be able to live with her, give her like a pretty room that she loves and that she can like make her own, has been so, so, so nice. My bedroom is upstairs, and it's the only thing that's upstairs. And I love that like I can just go up to my room and close the door, and it's like no one even knows that I'm here. Come upstairs and I'll show you my bedroom. So this is my bedroom. This is my little sanctuary. It's really, really quiet. This opens up to the park, and all of these windows open up. And then, when it's like a really pretty day, I don't know, I just feel like I'm outside. It's beautiful, you get a breeze, you hear the birds, and it's just really, really peaceful. I spend a lot of time up here. I chill in this chair a lot, which I didn't actually think I did, I just liked the chair. Because I feel like if AD is gonna come to your house, you have to have a very chair. It's like a rule or something. I actually use it all the time. I read a lot in this chair. Sometimes if I'm feeling lazy, I'll roll out of bed and then do a Zoom meeting like here. These lamps are one of my favorite things in the house. And we did these amazing like burgundy carpets, and at night they light up and there's kind of this like red glow in my room. It's like a really nice warm hug. My closet used to be here, so there was a closet here. We closed it off because I needed a bathtub. This is my bathroom. This is my bath. This is where I spend most of my time in this house. Sometimes I put like my laptop up here, watch Netflix. Yeah, it's really, really peaceful. There's just like music everywhere. And so I'll put on a nice album, have a bubble bath. This is my actual favorite part of the house. I think this is the reason why I fell in love with it in the first place. You can fold away these doors, and then there's this courtyard that's just like actual heaven to me. Again, you can see like the LA, California influence, but then we've also got like a lot of Japanese stuff. This is called a swamp cypress. There's little fishies in here somewhere. I don't know if you can see them. And then we've got like native Australian, like doesn't get much more Australian than this. or like the big eucalyptus tree. It's just like paradise for me. I spend a lot of time out here watering the garden, looking after the plants. So because we took the toilet out of the kitchen, we needed another toilet downstairs. And so I was like, what if we create this like fantasy, like outdoor toilet situation? So this used to be a wine cellar, and now it's this. I wanted one of those bathrooms where, you know when you go to a restaurant and people are like, oh, have you been to the toilet? You have to go to the toilet. Just kind of lent into the fantasy and lent into like a little bit of surrealism. The walls are all curved, so it's kind of like a cave. I think the color's called oxblood. Yeah, I'm just obsessed with it. It smells really good. The Sonos is tucked away. Sometimes I make it feel like a rave in here, like if it's all quiet in the house or whatever, and you come in, it's like while you're peeing. Obsessed. I think it's so dramatic and extra, and I love it. One more thing I want to show you. I'm getting my phone so that I don't this up. Basically, the history of this house was in 1874, this was a handball court. How long ago was 1874? 146 years ago. So 146 years ago, this was a handball court. And then it was turned into a brick factory. Throughout all of the multiple renovations that this place has been through, one thing remained. If you look really close, you can see two handsome men playing handball in a court. And then there's this like weird sort of spear thing on the side. And then you walk over here and it's the same bloody spear. I really love the idea that this house has had so many lives and been through kind of just so much and seen so much. I'm only 25 and this house is like 146 years old. So I'm really, really, really proud and super, super, super grateful to be able to live here and call it home. I'm super, super grateful that you guys came over because this is like a really big dream of mine. Thanks again for coming, AD. I hope you had fun. I had a lot of fun. But please leave now because we're about to go into another COVID lockdown and I need to get my affairs in order. Thanks for coming. Bye, stay safe. Love you. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, I'm John.
I'm Suleika Jaouad.
And this is our house. Oh, and that's River. Gotta get these tiles. I'm looking at these tiles, this whole jewel box here, right here, this little vestibule situation with the blue. It's incredible. It's like a spirit when you come in the house. Oh my goodness. Come on, let's go in the living room.
Okay. We were looking for a house where we could both live and create. And the very first thing that got me about this house was the incredible ceilings and more specifically the tin ceilings up there.
These ceilings were falling apart, you know, like the old tin roof blues, like Pops used to say, Bob, Bob, this had the blues, it was falling down.
We also happened to get married in this very living room a year ago when the house was still empty, right here in front of that mantle.
We sat right here in the middle afterwards and told stories underneath this recycled water bottle chandelier. The great Willie Cole is the artist who assembled this.
I think it's a good symbol of how we approach the rest of this house. So many of the pieces in here are upcycled or recycled or thrifted, and that was really important to us.
This house is Tunisiana, Tunisia and Louisiana. You see, she designed this. She's a genius. This is why I love my wife. She's so incredible.
But I also got to work with my dear friend, Hallie Goodman, who is an extraordinary writer and designer and a fellow thrifter and scavenger of flea markets and all the places where you can find soul. We wanted objects that each tell a story, including this painting by my very own mother and these vintage posters which belong to my grandfather.
This is another thing sitting on the piano here that I want to show you. This is Suleika in high school playing the double bass. That's how she looked when we met. And this is in a practice room at Juilliard.
We met at the world's most awkward place, which is to say band camp. We got married in this room, and I'll never forget, it was on the eve of when I was admitted to the bone marrow transplant. I've been in treatment for leukemia for the last year and a half, so it made it all the more special. We had a couple of our closest friends, and John surprised me with a singer.
He sung Unforgettable. And, you know, I played the piano here, and it was just a beautiful thing. And that's what I like to do with the music part of it. You know, friends will come and we'll set the drums up right here, and the bass will be right here, and horn players will be over there or in the kitchen or on the staircase here, and just stuff will happen that you'll just remember forever. That's what a home should be about, right?
And we can't leave this room without addressing Mr. Elephant, the Elephant Bar, which people have very strong reactions to, either positive or negative.
Address the elephant in the room.
That's right.
You gotta address it.
Before we ever even owned a home, before that even felt like a possibility, I knew that someday I wanted to have Tunisian tiles in my home. And these were made by my friend Mokhtar. They're hand painted, hand cut, and beautifully imperfect. We love imperfections here. We love flaws, and we're always looking for the beauty in them.
Be who you are. You are enough.
I also want to give a shout out to Facebook Marketplace, because that's where probably 50% of the furniture in this house is from, including this table, including these chairs. And then, of course, the madame. She greets us every day, and she's perfectly modest. You want to talk about the pink?
Yeah, the pink is just, thought it matched well with the blue. I thought it felt very human and very warm. You know, you take a bold choice and sometimes it'll work out and you'll be connected to something that's really powerful within yourself and your family. Other times you make a bold choice and you just have to repaint it. So we just went for it, and I'm glad that we did.
This is our guest room.
It's where you will sleep. If by the end of the night everything is still copacetic.
This is an old bed I found in rural New Jersey, and we had it repainted. This is a chair we found in upstate New York in my hometown. So this is a very special gramophone from the color purple film set that was gifted to us by the one and only.
Oh, that's Oprah Winfrey.
No big deal. And this is my beautiful bass.
Play some.
This is one of my very favorite bathrooms in the house. It has these beautiful Zedd tiles that remind me of a hammam that you might find in North Africa. And we've got this beautiful salvage sink and beautiful salvage old school tub. And the most important detail, which is a very niche problem, and that's when your husband wins many, many Grammys, you run out of places to put them in the house. So we've got one here to make our guests smile.
I always think that this bathroom feels like King Tut's bathroom. You know, that's the vibe.
Welcome to my office and to my painting studio. Everything about this room is very personal to me, from the salvaged tiles to the weird little objects that I've collected over time that inspire me and my paintings. And then the most important pièce de résistance is the giant fainting couch, where I do a lot of writing and reading, and most importantly, napping.
I think it's important to note that all of these Suleika originals were painted in a hospital bed and were inspired by visions, almost fever dreams that she was having. So to see them displayed here is also a story of triumph. The thing that she overcame, she almost, in a way, painted her way through it. And that's an incredible testament to her art, but also just the transcendence of that moment.
You know, in this house, we really believe that survival is its own kind of creative process. Frida Kahlo has been an inspiration to me as someone who lives with chronic illness. I'm really inspired by the way that she took her own circumstances and found creative workarounds for them. She would paint from bed with an easel that was gifted to her by her mom and that she used as a kind of lap desk. And so I do a version of that. I have my own lap desk and I work horizontal a lot of the time. And this desk is really special to me. It was a gift from John. It belonged to one of my writer heroes, Joan Didion. But I also really believe in contagion magic, which is the idea that objects are imbued with their own stories and their own magic. It's my prized possession. It's also just something that I would have picked out of a thrift store and fallen in love with regardless.
You see, what I love about the dressing room is that you have so much space and we have so many items of clothing and shoes. I'd never had this growing up, so it was just a storm in my closet. It was just everything, everywhere. And you know, I organized it as best I could, but you know, this is an incredible experience to have this. You know, this is truly a gift.
So when we first moved in, John said he wanted a piano in every single room, and we did our very best. So we've got this tiny little instrument. What's it called again, John?
It's a celeste.
And our theme for the year was family and freedom. So that's what's on there. We're bath people. We like to take a bath every night. And my favorite part about this bathtub is that the tub is directly under the skylight. And so when the moon is really bright, you can actually see it from the tub. And you can do that if you so wish. Nighttime routine involves reading, and I also love this little lounge chair where we get to hang out, but more than anything, it involves cuddling with our dog.
Yeah, this is a pretty much sleep zone, you know, try to keep it like that. There's an incredible feeling when you can come to a place and it's instructing you what it wants you to do, and you got to keep the energy like that.
And we'd be remiss if we left this room without talking about this baby, which is an old screen door that I found in a salvage yard in Pennsylvania and very precariously strapped to the top of my car. And we threw a mirror behind it. And the person who put the mirror behind it described it as a beautiful ghost, which I love.
It's levels. Oh, come on. Just get a shot of that. It's got vibe. Just take a deep breath, drink water. Yeah, so you guys, if you want some water, we got this incredible area over here. This is the kitchenette that is outside of the studio lounge. As you can see here, we have cups and we have bowls and we have vinyl. In particular, I always wanted to have a studio lounge with a cookie oven because baking is really cool.
And John is far too humble to point this out, but obviously we've got all of his accolades in his favorite space, which is the kitchenette.
Suleika placed all of these trophies, and you know, I'm grateful for them, but I find them everywhere. They change position constantly.
I like to surprise him, so I put things in funny places to make him laugh.
I was trying to act as if they were always there for the camera, but I saw them and I was like, oh snap, there they go. So that's them. This is the lounge. This is where we participate in very deep conversation, or we'll have a movie night over here, or I'll play games. I'm a gamer, I'm addicted. And I've played games from Final Fantasy VII, which I believe is the greatest video game ever made. That's a bold claim. I know. There's many things that exist here that happen in this space, and relaxation is chief among them. We just come down and cool out from the studio. We want to decompress, want to listen to some of the music, listen to some vinyl, read some books, an incredible collection of literature that inspires me. Yeah, this is a library of Black excellence. Basically, if you look at every single author or subject of these books, you'll find Black excellence, and that's something that's really important. Suleika obviously has these ideas that she sees in her mind's eye, and I have ideas, and we're trying to figure out how to connect them. And this room is really a manifestation of so many of our ideas coming together and finding harmony, and I'm very, very proud of it. Mm.
All right, AD, it's been fun.
Scott.
We'll see you later.
Jazz. Skittles. Yeah. All right. Go home. I hope you didn't forget your shoes. River, come on. Come on. All right.
Welcome to my fazenda. Come on, boy. Fazenda is farm in Portuguese, and I'm the fazendeiro. I'm the farmer. When you enter this place, you're entering a working farm. Anybody who comes here will be eating beautiful organic produce farm to table. This is an amazing place to come and be creative. It's a part of life that unfortunately we don't get enough of. And yeah, this is my life. Come join me and I'll show you around. Come on. We're in the entryway of the main house. This piano I bought probably about 25 years ago. It's a Kawai plexiglass piano that used to belong to Ingrid Bergman, actually. This painting was just painted by my godson, Noah Becker, who is an artist. He's a musician and a painter. And he came down here for a couple of weeks and actually did the paintings here in the room, which was really beautiful. So we're entering the master bedroom now, and this is a picture of my grandfather, Albert Roker, taken by Reuven Afanador. He's a lovely human being and a brilliant photographer. That was taken in the Bahamas back when I was recording the Circus album. This is the master bedroom. It's a suite, living room, and bedroom. This bed is made by Vladimir Kagan from the late 60s. It's got some wear to it, but that's part of the charm, I feel. This copper tub I had made for the room. You have to have a tub in your room. My life centers around playing, so I always want to be able to pick up an instrument and play. So this is an old Fender Bassman and dual Showman reverb, two of my favorite amps, one of my Gibson Les Pauls, made from the custom shop. I met this artist named Chris Wyrick, who works out of Los Angeles. So he photographed these banana leaves and trees and then projected them onto the walls and then painted them, which I think are really beautiful and graphic and give the room a lot of depth. I obviously love incorporating as much Brazilian design as I can. I just found these beautiful wood chairs by Zanini that I think are absolutely stunning. My band is here right now, so we have a full house, and we're all living here. We rehearse here. We eat meals together, which is really beautiful. I grew up having meals with my family, and it's something that we don't do so much today. Sit and talk and put our phones away. We have no cell service here, so that's really good. That's a photograph that I took several years ago. It's actually of my cousin Janelle from the Bahamas. It's one of my favorite pieces. I love the soul in her eyes. So this is the living room where we hang out at night. After we have dinner, listen to music, watch films. And the featured piece here is this red velvet chair that belonged to Andy Warhol. my beautiful mother, Roxy Roker, and in each place that I live, I honor her. I would not be here, I would not have the life that I have without being blessed by this woman, so she's present in every home. Come on, in the kitchen. Alex, Arnechi, mwah. This is Alex and Anechi, who make beautiful food for us, filled with love. As you can see, there's some of the stuff from the farm that we grow here. A lot of it's been eaten. We usually have a big mound of fruits and vegetables here. Craig Ross, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the guest house where the band has stayed on this trip while we were rehearsing. Chris has been in here painting this mural. He's just finishing it now. This is fresh. He's making the place more beautiful. I mean, the nice thing about this place is it's like one big open loft, the living room and the kitchen, and you've got 4 bedrooms in here, 2 on each side on 2 different wings.
This is my 3rd trip, so I think...
You came with me the first time, right? When I came to look at it,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I've been here a few times, it's always magical.
Did Lenny ask you, should you buy it or should you not?
Probably.
I think everybody thought I was crazy.
Yeah.
But I think this trip has proven that this was the right thing to do. Yeah. Hola, Goya. So beyond the pool, we have a soccer field. There's a full gym in that building and a therapy room for massages and so forth. This is the barbecue, which is essential for any Brazilian. Depending on what you're into, we can barbecue vegetables. When I came here, I didn't know anything, but that's the beauty in life sometimes. You go for something that you didn't expect, and I just want to share this with folks that are interested in experiencing this kind of thing, to take an adventure. Thanks for coming to visit. I hope you had a beautiful time. Ciao. Come on. Let's go. Come on.
Hi, AD. I'm Dakota. Welcome to my house. I moved here about 5 years ago, and it was the second house I looked at and the first house I ever bought. I love wood and I love light and windows and green, so I just fell in love. Ryan Murphy lived in this house first, and he loved it so much too, but his family got bigger, so he moved out. Lucky. And this is the living room. I hang out in here, I read. People kind of are always coming in and out of my house, and everyone hangs out in this room, obviously. Not only because it's a living room, but because it's like one of the only places to sit. The furniture is vintage and the couches were original, and we recovered them in this amazing crushed mohair. And this table came with the house. I bought it with the house, which was lucky. It's pretty cool. On the bottom, it's bamboo. The piano is vintage. It's an antique Wurlitzer. I play like badly. Hi, that's Zeppelin. He wants to show you his dinosaur. This is not an antique, this thing, but I have a record collection that goes all the way, and I just alphabetize them, and it's really exciting. Right now is Ram, Paul McCartney. It's a really great album, and a really great album to listen to on vinyl. And this amazing thing happens at certain times of day, like really early in the morning, 7 a.m. Light from the sun on the pool does this on the ceiling, and I think it's the coolest. This is my office. I read scripts in here. I have meetings in here sometimes. I actually don't really get any work done because I get distracted by everything that's in here. My favorite thing about it, I guess, is these bookshelves that I built into the walls. Originally, they were just these really beautiful, like clean wood slabs, and then they started to fall because I have a lot of books. These ones were sent to me by Patti Smith. I said, I love your poetry so much, I love your work. And so she wrote me little notes in all of these books that she sent me. This is a weird pile. Don't focus on this pile of books. Let's just put these ones in a different, we'll just put them down here. Go to a cooler pile. This is cool. It's a wax mushroom. This, I was working with Chanel a long time ago and my alias was punk rock and I thought that was funny. They're silly awards. I don't even know. I'm not an awards person. Barb is such a great character. Barb didn't come back in season 2, did she? They totally forgot about Barb in the Upside Down. That sucks. She's still there. Oh, sex and the Constitution. That's a really interesting one. Sex, Religion, and Law from America's Origins. Oh, Jesus. What a weird girl. This was a Polaroid of Hunter Thompson, who was my dad's best friend and a very dear, like, godfather figure to me. And I love it so much, even with his boobies. This is an amazing photographer named Alice Mann, and she photographs these marching band girls in South Africa, and the energy is amazing, and it makes me feel hopeful. That is a photograph of my grandma at her house at Shambhala with one of her tigers. Let's go in the dining room. This table, actually, we designed it and had it made. I mean, it's a smaller room and we didn't want to lose the rug and the light, and we kind of wanted the table to disappear. And these chairs look like little humans. They're so gorgeous. This I found on First Dibs, maybe? I love First Dibs so much. I have some crystals, yeah. This one is cool because it has a dandelion inside. Isn't that so cool? People tend to give crystals as gifts in LA, and that's great. I love them. There's a really big one over there in the corner. That guy, that crystal is crazy. And it projects good vibes into, you know, the house and at people. This is my little kitchen. We painted it. We painted it this green color. I love green. I lived in New York before I moved into this house. And then before I moved to New York, I lived in a house and I painted the kitchen green, but I totally up the color, and it was like the most atrocious color green. It was so hardcore. It looked insane, like terrible. But then I got it right on this one, I think. I love cooking. I cook a lot and I bake a lot. I love limes. I love them. They're great. I love them so much, and I like to present them like this in my house. And how cool is this? It's dying, that plant, now that I'm looking at it. That's so sad. There we go. I never ever thought that I'd be like a dish person because I don't get it at all. Like the psychology of it, I don't understand why anyone would collect loads of dishes, or people who have china and like china cabinets. I was always like, what? Why? I don't get it. But this is so cool. Here I am with loads of dishes. Look at these. Never have I used this. What is that for? Oh, it's for teacups. Got it. I mean, can you stand it? They're the coolest. Wouldn't you want to drink out of that? I never do, because they're too cool. They're just for sitting in this cabinet. My company is called Tea Time Pictures, so tea is a big deal for me. But also, caffeine is a big deal for me, which I need some of it now. That's upstairs where my bedroom is, but we're not going up there. This is outside. I wanted you to see this table and chairs over here because this was made out of the wood from Winston Churchill's yacht. I'm not lying. And I think that's the coolest thing ever. And look at how these chairs fit. Nobody can really sit in this table because the chairs wobble in these cracks in the slabs of pavement and people fall out of them, and it sucks. But isn't that so satisfying and amazing? I planted this tree when I moved in and it was a little baby, and I got some whoppers of lemons on that one. But this one, look, they're like perfectly placed oranges on this tree. Can you believe that? How beautifully they're placed. It's like I did it for this very reason. This was meant to be an herb garden, and I never planted any herbs in it, and I'm just looking at it now, and it looks so crazy in here. I didn't ever do anything, and all this wild shit started growing in it, like this guy. What are you even? Weeds. You know that on a lot of tea bags, they have little fortunes on the back of the tea tab? And I really take them very seriously. And one that I get all the time is the difference between a flower and a weed is judgment. So think about that. I finally recently got outdoor furniture. For a while it was looking pretty grim out here. This is like an amazing little double chair situation that I love. It's one piece. I thought it would be really, really pretty if there were some flowers and things out here, because this house can tend to feel really masculine. These chairs are not meant to be put outside. They're very delicate and expensive, but they look so good out here, so who cares? My cat Chicken is buried here, which is not funny, but I don't know why I think it's funny to tell you that. The pool's heated a little, so I can go in it all the time. And also, it doesn't really get cold here. Let's go up here. These are some stairs that lead you to this place up here, which is a hot tub, which is so cold. Bamboo grows so crazy fast. I don't know if you know that. And my neighbors on that side are in a war with me about how high the bamboo in the driveway is growing, which is insane. Because why would I want people to be able to see in my house? I can't believe that I'm even letting you guys in my house. So they can just shove it. This is this gorgeous, just randomly placed flower arrangement. And that's my bedroom, sneaky. Yeah, let's go back downstairs now. Zeppelin, oh don't, what are you gonna do? Go get it. That one's probably lost forever. Thank you so much for coming, AD. I hope you liked the tour of my house, but I really would like for you to leave now, so beat it.
Hello, AD. I'm Sienna Miller. Welcome to my cottage. I'm going to start in the kitchen because that's where everybody always ends up. In the last year, I've redecorated the house with my great friend, Gabby Dalal, who is a film director, but has the best taste of anyone I've ever met. So in lockdown, when she was panicking about what to do because her film was pushed, I said, you can do up my cottage, and she did. I bought this house when I was 25. In a moment of real panic, I was sort of in London and life was very intense, and I just was dreaming about having a place to get away to, and I saw this place online. It's about 45 minutes from London, and it was on to rent or buy, and I thought I'll rent it for a year, and I came to see it and fell completely in love and bought it. It's really my sanctuary. It's where I come to do nothing. 1920s crittle doors bring me a lot of joy. I mean, the new ones just don't look like that, so I'm thrilled with them. And I think that having such an old house, it's a magical thing, but having contemporary touches in it really work. This is probably my favorite thing because it's just the most beautiful Leconte stove. I have dreamt about having a big stove, and I've never ever had one before, and I love to cook. So if I'm in a city or in the country or anywhere and there is a Sunday, there will be food being cooked, and it's magical to have this much space. And Christmas dinners before, we had a tiny oven and it was hell. So that's been wonderful. And I bought it off this couple that had done it up, and they sold me the house with all the furniture, and it was lovely. It was very traditional English cottage. It's now much more sophisticated and evolved, and I think much more how my taste actually is. I'd sort of inherited somebody else's vision and made it my own, but it was never quite right. So we've done a complete refurb in here. Thatch is funny. It's like the biggest tiny house you've ever seen. Somehow it keeps on going. It's like a rabbit warren, and it's got 5 bedrooms, so it can sleep. It's got 6 bedrooms. It can sleep 12 people, but it's little. So I realized that we needed a big space for lots of people, and so when we've got a lot of people, this is where we would have dinner. I love that we've got the height of that balcony there because it is low otherwise. But this is all part of the extension that was done in the 1970s, and Obviously, we've got this enormous fireplace. At Christmas time, we put the tree here and we move this armchair and decorate all of this with foliage and lights and a roaring fire, and some tipsy person will get on the piano, bash out a tune. This was a gift from my first boyfriend, which I've still got and I'm very attached to. And I love all the colours in this space because although it's old, it's got a kind of contemporary feel. It's funny because it's such a cosy house, but it really does work in the summer as well. In lots of areas of the house, we've added mirrors just to kind of create the illusion of more space than there is. And there's a beautiful one there, which is fun for kids to look at and perform in. And design of this was done, as I said, by Gabi Dalal, who is really my other mother. I love colours and different textures. This is a corduroy armchair. We actually recovered this because it was my mum's from when she and my dad lived in Hong Kong. It was a big white armchair that's completely falling apart but has sentimental value, so it's recovered with kind of clashing prints. The art is from all over the place. This was a gift from my godmother Christine. This is a new artist who I met recently, Frida Jones, and she's brilliant. But I love the details of the stained glass, for example, because of the light that it creates, and I think Gabi, being a film director, is very intensely focused on light and playing with that. This used to be an old stable door and we've replaced it with a beautiful old door and lovely painted glass. That's where we stock the booze. You have to be quite creative with a little house of where you keep things. Well, I can see a few spider webs, but that's the countryside. And wine, essential at a country cottage. This is the snuggly room where we all watch TV. This is the old part of the house, and it used to be the kitchen, so it is very, very low, but magical and cozy. And in winter, we light the fire, and it's a beautiful old roaring fire, and watch old movies at Christmas, and it's about as dreamy as it can be. The colour on the walls, it's a cream colour, but it's also got a tiny hint of pink, and Gabi actually had this pigment made up so that it's got a real warmth, but it's not too heavy. This is by my godmother, Carol Davis, who's an extraordinary artist. That was a Christmas present from Mum. And I love mixing old style of painting with contemporary painting, and there are all sorts of bits around the house that you'll see, but she's pretty cool, this lady. All this part of the house from the 70s extension part is original and 16th century, which is extraordinary that families in 1550 were living in this house. And I really haven't touched anything, not that I could because it's all landmark trusted, but it's all original beams and the sense of history is really magical. So these two pictures on the wall are by my friend, an amazing director called John Maybury, and he came over to my flat when I was living in London and we had a late night, and I woke up in the morning and there were these pictures. Oh look, 2006, John Maybury. Yeah, those are two of my favourite things I own, and they're just on scrappy bits of cardboard, but I think they really make the room magical because he's pretty magical. So this is where we relax. This is it, the snug. Not very big, but very cosy. This is the original staircase that we kind of scrubbed and painted there. And we exposed this and made it into a bookshelf. It's a funny amalgamation of kids' books, my copy from my classics class of The Odyssey of Homer with some notes in it. Very impressive. Some Shakespeare, History of England, which I've pilfered from someone. Some Stanislavski. I went to the Lee Strasberg School of Acting, and Lee Strasberg's inspiration was Konstantin Stanislavski. So this is called an actor's handbook that is well thumbed. I can't remember reading it, but I must have done because that's dog-eared. Maybe I gave up. Lots of history and memories there. This is Marlowe's room. There's Marlowe on the bed, reading. We love that book. It's a Greek mythology book. We sound like a bunch of classicists and we aren't, but I like what that says. This room is really sweet. It feels like something out of Jane Austen. The beds are quite little for somebody who's growing quite fast, but Gabi was brilliant. She found this amazing linen, and then it's actually wool. And then she found sheepskins and she got them sewn onto the headboards, so that's just a cozy detail for little girls going to sleep. And again, the windows are so small that it's hard to get curtains. You don't want little croc curtains, so we've got these sheepy bits of fabric that hook up and come down at night. Yeah, this room is pretty much what it would have been. We haven't done anything to it except paint it and move furniture around, but it's got a really magical feel. Did you not manage to get that back up? And we've hidden loads of the toys. None of this house ever looks this tidy, but that's the beauty of making a film. Leaving Marlowe's room, this is the hallway. This is the stairs we came up, and I didn't show you that, but that's a 1930s French lantern. Parisian lantern that I love. There's a guest room, again, a lovely space. And then this is the hallway. We created this reading nook for Marlo because there's not much space in this hobbity little house, but we've got lots of her toys and books. And in homeschooling, there was a little desk there so she could look out at the meadow. So this is my bedroom. This has been completely changed, and we could do that because it's the 1970s part of the house and it's not listed. But this bedroom before kind of ended where those beams ended. There was a cupboard there. My bed was here. It was really low and quite pokey, and Gabby had this genius idea to knock into the rafters and keep the beams as they were. I actually just sometimes can't believe the difference in this bedroom. I should try and find a photo of what it used to be like, but it was nothing like this. This incredible wallpaper is by Maison C, and I've been obsessed with that print. It's sort of naked witchy ladies dancing, which I think is appropriate for my mood. And lying in here any time of year and being able to look out of the window, Gabby found these old doors with old panes of glass, and we've got the Murano lantern thing, which does create the most magical light. And then in summer, I like to open these doors and sometimes sleep with them open, and having them open and lying in bed, or having them open with the bath and the bird song and the trees, is definitely about as happy as I will ever be. There's a plane going overhead because there's a flying school nearby, but they're not ugly old planes, they're quite pretty, some of them. And that's what you can hear there. It's quite unfortunate when you're rolling sound. This is the bathroom with old saloon doors, a lovely shower, these beautiful Moroccan tiles. But yeah, here's some of my stuff, a bit of my perfume, which I love, I'll add that now. And then in here are all the cupboards. Hundreds of pairs of jeans and comfy jumpers. This is where I keep the stuff that I probably wouldn't be seen in, but is really snuggly. Snuggly clothes, lots of tracksuit bottoms. This is clever because the light comes on. I love that when you open it. But you'll see everything is like a shearling or a bit of knitted sock. It's cozy clothes when you're at Thatch. That's my closet. The light does bring me a lot of joy, but not much room to wear much makeup, which is a good thing because I never wear makeup when I'm at this house. Ever. Who needs to? So this is part of the hallway, and this is, we call it the Juliet balcony. Marlo sometimes stands up here with her friends and will put on performances, and what's quite fun about that is there is this beautiful red velvet curtain that you can pull back in a very theatrical way. This curtain was from my first ever flat in London. It had really, really tall ceilings, and I had these made, and then Gabby lined them with this fantastic old linen, and they look so beautiful. And yeah, peek over the edge, you'll see how good of a performance space this actually is, because you can have dinner down there and look up at the kids. Come out into the garden, the meadow. There's a little pond, there's Marlo's playhouse and the barbecue, but come to maybe the most romantic bedroom on the property. These amazing old doors. And this is what we call the outhouse, where I send my friends who are madly in love because it's very romantic. There's a wood-burning stove in winter. People like to write or read here. There's a little walk-in shower loo. What I think is magical about this was that what it used to be was just a horrible storage space with old bicycles and old furniture, and it was nothing. It was never used, but it was always a really beautiful building. Gabby cleaned it all out, and she added these amazing details on the roof. They're old signs that she found and embedded into the ceiling, and that was a surprise. The only thing that she didn't tell me she was doing. It's details like that that I just think add magical character to a place. It's very peaceful in here. And actually, I need to come and spend a night in it because it's really, really relaxing. So the cottage is on a private estate that has belonged to a family for hundreds of years, and the gardens down at the bottom are designed by Capability Brown, who was an extraordinary garden designer, and they let me roam around their beautifully manicured parkland. This property that belongs to me is about 1.5 acres, and it's the only freehold cottage on the estate, but there's a gamekeeper up the road and there's somebody else who works on the estate down there, so it feels very, very isolated, but it's nice to know that there are people nearby. Yeah, this is the meadow. Thanks for coming, AD. I hope you enjoyed looking around my home. Come back anytime. Bye.
What's up, guys? My name is Zedd, and welcome to my home. I'll take you on a little tour. This is part of the view. I really never get tired of a view like this, which is really zen and peaceful and relaxing. So the way this is structured for me is that this section of the house is work. The bottom part will be the studio. The top part is the gym, indoor and outdoor. This section of the house is living, and this is like sleeping. Welcome to the house. I don't know how, but nobody's ever fallen in here. Drunk or not drunk, please don't be the first one. This is the small door to the house. You can, when you open it, decide whether you want to go here or here. I'll go here. When you walk in, what I really like about this place is that A, it's really open. You see a lot of glass, really tall ceilings here, so you have a little bit of everything right away. And this tree, this entire house was actually built around this tree. Unfortunately, it is dying. So I'm going to replace it with an artificial tree that looks just like this. And I'll also add an iPhone charger in there in case I ever want to charge my phone right here. Temperature, lighting, gate, shades, cameras. This is like the pad that lets you control everything. And this is a little hand that holds my keys. So I know exactly where they are. Currently, this wall is just a wall full of art, silly things, and awards. They're all kind of mixed in, so there will be a Grammy next to a poop emoji. So this is the gallery, the art gallery. The person who built the house is a big fan of art, and he was playing with the thought of maybe even having some moving art pieces here. I love the ceilings here because it gives you a lot of space for art. It's really tall. There's benches here for when you get tired of walking to the Skittles machine. This is the Skittles machine that will go to whatever flavor you pick. Would you like some? All right, let's go outside. This is one of the many ways to leave the house. So we can kind of see these stairs here. These stairs will eventually continue all the way down to the railing, and then that's where the guest house bowling alley complex will be. And if I ever decide to change my career into a professional soccer player, this is where I will start. The pool has to be at 97 degrees. That's just how pools should be. The hot tub is in the pool and you can't really see it when the overflow is on. And then when you turn it over to jacuzzi mode, then the water level just lowers slightly and then the jacuzzi stands out. So this place was built kind of like a resort. All the guest bedrooms are all back to back and everybody has direct access to the pool. There's an outside barbecue area with obviously the barbecue, and there's another sink and a fridge that I think, has a bunch of beer. So this is the gray bedroom where everything is kind of muted. All these open up entirely and give you a nice view and a breeze, and you can go straight into the pool. So this is my brother's bathroom. These blinds here, they're currently on a timer, and I think they go up at 6 or 7 a.m. So when my brother takes a shower, somebody's outside, it goes up. He's had an encounter with our gardeners because he decided to take an early shower, and the gardeners, had a nice view. Nobody in here. Oh wait, I thought that's a different room. Never mind. This is the server room. There's a lot of doors here. So this room is one of my favorite rooms in the house. I call it the Costco room. And the goal for me was to stack everything up with anything I could ever use so I eventually don't have to leave the house. These are also probably the largest stairs ever. And I think they made them so it's a little bit more comfortable to walk or run upstairs if it's urgent. All right, this is the master. Welcome. It has the wood ceilings. It has the same stone that we've seen earlier on the outside and on the inside. This view is beautiful and amazing to have, but I can't sleep if it's not completely dark, so this is saving my life right here. You can just click a button. So this is the magic. There's a lot of amazing things about this house, but this is probably the thing that makes me the happiest. There we go. Now it's ready for bed. So this is the master outside patio. It's a really nice place to have a coffee if you drink coffee, or watch TV if you don't want to watch TV inside, or have the fire outside if you don't like fire inside. So this is the bathroom. It's really everything I've ever wanted in a bathroom. I think it's perfect. It feels really nice. The view is nice. I love the lighting fixture. So far, I've only used the bathtub once because I feel like when you buy a house with a bathtub like this, you have to use it. So I did, and I'm good now. Now I'm back to the shower. This is my unorganized, unfinished closet. I apologize for the mess. And then the other side, meant to be hers, but it's shoes. Lots of shoes that I haven't even opened yet. I like shoes. I guess you can tell. So this is the main part of the house. It is the kitchen, the sort of dining area, and the living space. This works as a dining table as well. It has built-in hibachi grills, and then there's 4 ovens for, I don't know, when you want to make 4 cakes at the same time, I guess. This is the stove, and a little story about this little guy here. I had never seen these before. It's a pot filler, so you don't have to, put water in and then carry it. You just can do it right here. That's when I knew that I wanted the house, because I thought that if somebody thought about this, they probably thought about other things too. There's water. It's magic. This is the reason I bought the house. Along here in the kitchen and in the preparation kitchen, there's built-in vacuums, so if you prepare food and you drop something, you just kick it in and it goes through to the central vacuum, which is hidden in the server room. This is the main living area. This is where we spend most of the time. It is no surprise at this point anymore, but it does have a fireplace as well. It has the view, the incredible view, and it's just very cozy and livable. And then in this corner, we have another table, which is the board game table. It's dedicated specifically to play board games like Risk. It can be used for other things too, but really this is the board game table. So this fireplace is right underneath the other fireplace upstairs, which we found out because you guys told me. I didn't know, now we know. These doors open and hide in the stone wall and in this little wood piece. All the doors from all the rooms hide in there. So I can kind of open this for you. So because the tile inside the house and outside is the same, and there's even a little bit of roof that is still over there, you kind of lose sense of when you're inside or outside. Like when you're here, it feels like you might still be inside. And that's, for me, the definition of indoor-outdoor living, is when it really melts together and you can't really tell when you're where. This is like the rooftop. I think if I ever really have like a proper party, this would be a really good place to entertain. I'm imagining like some seats, a movie projection, and so it could be a really nice place to watch a movie when it's warm in the summer, I think. Never tried it. Let's head upstairs to the gym that's not finished yet. There will be a huge machine here covering the majority of the room. I have no clue what I'm doing because my trainer's not here, but he'll be really proud seeing this. So Patrick, this is for you. Right now, this is still sort of a garage, but it will become a music studio. We have to dig 5 feet down because you need a certain height to be able to have a good sounding studio. And then there will be stairs going down, and there will be one room here and one big room over there. I promise that's what it will be eventually. All right, guys, thanks for checking out my house. I hope you enjoyed it. Now get the hell out of here because I have a fitting starting in 2 minutes.
Who goes there? Hello. Welcome to our home. This is Billy. Should we let him in? Yes or no? No? Well, what are we going to do for the rest of the afternoon? We have to show him our house. Come on. Welcome everybody. Oh, look at this. This is how I found out he was a boy. We had a box and there was a pink Have Mercy and a blue Have Mercy, and the blue one was on top, and that's how, you don't have to take your shirt off. I should have learned. The kids will always upstage you. Where's Mom?
Okay, I'll tell you, but they want you to talk about the house, by the way.
Are you directing this? I'm just curious. Well, I would say this is my first adult home. This is the first house that I really feel that it's me. It's an adult version of me. I wanted a house that I could put my feet up on and have people over. And I mean, this couch has been here 13 years. Don't ask any questions of it. But everything is just, sturdy and funky and cool, like me. I don't know a lot about decorating, and I had this friend of mine who worked on Full House. She was an assistant to the director, and then she became a very famous designer. I was like, Chris, could you help me do this? And since she knew me so well, I had her, Chris, she's here too. I remember when you did everything and I walked in here, I just started crying. She was like, stay away.
And cry.
But it just felt like me. It just felt like home. I felt safe. It felt like a safe, warm environment, and I just love it.
I'm glad.
It's so pliable, I guess, right? Like malleable, adaptable for anything that I've gone, through in my life. Bachelor, I moved in, I was a bachelor, and it was very much a swinging bachelor place. Then I got married, which I got married here.
Yeah.
And it's been a great...
Beautiful wedding. But we ended up turning this bachelor pad more into a couple place, and I made him get rid of a lot of the naked lady pictures that were around. But I let him keep a couple of
art.
them.
It's art, people.
So for the wedding, we moved all this exact furniture out to the backyard, and it became an outdoor living space where we had the dinner in here, where the dining room is, and here was all filled with friends and family, and God, it was just the best night.
We met 7 years ago on the set of SVU, but then we started the text, remember, and it was like, hey, let's try to do pizza on Sunday if you want. Never a bad day for pizza.
Okay, this is all very exciting.
Then I said, hey, you want to go to Disney? I knew the two things. She loved pizza and she loved Disney World. So
yeah, he knew how to lure me in.
We were going to wait till after the baby was born, but then she was like, I think we should get married in a couple weeks. I'm like, And then she planned the wedding in 2 weeks.
I'm always trying to get him to sing to me.
Is that a cue? Well, I taught you how to play piano, right?
Yes.
And she's going to play it for you and sing it for you right now.
Very fun. Let's see the bedrooms.
This is a mugshot. Back in the day, he got arrested for hitting on someone's wife, another man's wife. I mentioned once to Tom Hanks that I was like, it'd be cool to have a typewriter, and then this showed up at my house. Famous Stamos, you are here. If you need a tutorial to use this machine, I will come by. We should have had Tom come over today. Today would have been a good time. He gives a whole tutorial on here. I sent him back a thank you note on this, and it was a mess. It was like,
So this is our bedroom.
Right when Caitlin and I met is when I had these terrible designers come in and ruin the house. And this was one of the first things Caitlin fixed.
So even before the terrible designers came in, this was a brown shag carpet with a giant brown bean bag.
Yeah, so?
Here. So it was hard to get worse.
We got these and three others out there. These are from an old barn, right?
In Italy. We bought these in New Orleans.
If you look closely, they're like little cherubs.
Yeah, they're from an old home in Italy. We heard they were taken off the walls of some 17th or 18th century. They're probably stolen from the house and then sold at this antique store eventually in New Orleans, but we absolutely adore them.
By the way, usually there's 8,000 things on her side, and then nothing on mine.
Also, it's gonna look like a baby does not live in this house.
But a baby does.
A baby does live in this house, and it normally looks like just a baby lives in this house. We cleaned up for you like a first date. Another favorite part of this bedroom is our view to the valley. And even just this cute little patio we have outside.
Many mornings, especially now with Billy, we wake up and we'll just lay in bed here and we'll look out there and we'll just think about how grateful we are and how lucky we are and what a beautiful life we have.
I always tell people it feels like we're like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs living up here. It's such a fairy tale hideaway. Oh, and before we leave the bedroom, how about the beautiful detail in this door? Throughout this house, there's a lot of amazing wood detail, and this is one of them. So this is another wood detail I'd love to point out to you. I very much appreciate this kind of work, the detail and the time, the effort that it took. But we have a lot of fun personal things in our bookshelf here.
What about this? Look at this. Caitlin and John, 1/3/16. Gosh, I'm romantic.
And 1/31/16, that is the anniversary of our first date, which was I thought was a pizza party here at his house, but nobody else came.
It was a party.
We love this wall, and we spend a lot of time staring at it. We're both big old Hollywood fans, but he's actually got to meet most of them.
I got to hang with Sinatra a little bit. I worked with Sammy Davis Jr. on General Hospital.
That's me and my mom at Disneyland. And now we have our entire lives together on these guys. We watch it more than we do TV, I think.
The most important thing here is this picture my dad, and this was a letter that he wrote. He said, "Life isn't very long, and a man doesn't have many great moments, but you've given me many." I just love this.
Another one of my favorite wood details here is the painting up on the ceiling in this one panel, and I hadn't seen it for the first year I was living here. I finally looked up and went, "Oh, this is pretty cool."
I painted that.
When we host dinners here and we have other friends or family over, this is where we do it. These are 3 more of the wood panels that we got in New Orleans, which are really cool. Table was older, but I loved it. And this centerpiece is all Chris Barish. And the person who loves it the most is our son, Billy. He cannot pass by without waving hello, and he gets upset when I take him away from them too fast. It's really adorable to see. He's so obsessed with these heads. So it looks like not a lot of cooking happens in here. It's pretty perfect at the moment, but we do a lot of cooking. We never go out. And John's a very good cook. Oh, I think I just woke up our son. Totally my fault.
He'll go back to sleep. So anyway, we like to cook in here. It's a full house cooking thing.
It's an empty house. It's empty. Let's go outside. So this is our backyard.
This pool was here, obviously, when I moved in, and it's super deep. It was grandfathered in. I think they can't be this deep now. And I put the jacuzzi in too. I like to show people, say, "Oh, go check out the pool. Go check it out," and then boom. Look in there real fast. Look in there.
Very funny.
Stand over it.
Very funny.
Stand over it.
And I like this dress.
Come on, stand over there.
We have lemons in the front and kumquats and lime trees and a whole vegetable garden. We love growing our own food. And our son loves eating them.
Every morning I have a routine with Billy now. We come out, and then I take a kumquat and we peel it and we eat it. Then we walk this way. We sit under here and we both do a little quiet meditation. And Billy loves to see these little people in there.
You'd think that they'd scare him, but he loves these little guys. He likes to say good morning and good night to these guys.
Hi. It's the best. Here's the pizza oven. This is where our first date happened, right?
Yes.
And I don't think the pizza...
Well, first of all, he was bragging about how he made the best pizza in the world. And that night, I think it was some old dough or something. It just didn't.
It was old dough.
It didn't quite work out the way he wanted to. So this is where we like to eat the pizza. We have a lot of pool parties and barbecues, pizza parties, and it's our favorite place.
It's I mean, this place went from a bachelor pad. It was a certain, clientele to last weekend just babies everywhere. But it's beautiful. That's what I always dreamed of, being in my backyard, What?
This is our vegetable garden. So tomatoes and carrots, a couple kinds of beets, and what else do we have over there?
A bird.
A bird, yes.
Pretty, right? It's nice. This is where I live now.
He's been kicked out of the house since Billy has taken over.
This is the beginning of some of my Disney collection, which I normally I've not really shown on TV, but you guys are special, so. This is the party room for me, anyway. Here's some of the carpet she was talking about.
Yes, this was also in his bedroom.
Yeah, but it plays great here. Originally, this was a studio. I mean, we still play live in here, but I recorded in here too, so we just sort of padded the walls. This is where I hide out now.
This is where he lives.
Yeah, these are some guitars. A lot of these are guitars from Full House that I used on Full House. This was given to me on my 50th birthday. This is from the Haunted Mansion. This is really special. I bet you don't even know about this.
I didn't know about the guitars.
This is my first drum set that I ever got.
I didn't know that.
Tony the Tiger. I must have been 5 or something. A little bit. Every once in a while, Saturday night, I get a little frisky. She says, "You do E, and I'll do Priscilla," and
That's never happened.
This is a Can girl from It's a Small World. Caitlin thinks it's weird, and I called the president of the time of Disneyland. I said, "If you have any, stuff laying around from Small World, I'd love to have it." He said, "Well, what's your favorite character?" Can Girl. I said, Can Girl? And this showed up. And this is from the original pirate ride, which is...
Wearing my scarf.
Is that your scarf?
Yes.
Look at this. Here's a letter from our president of the United States. He says, "John, your performance in Cabaret was fantastic. I hope you're getting all the accolades you deserve." Every time I've seen him since, he's like, "I sent you that letter, right? No one else sent you a letter but me, right?" I'm like, "No, all the people sent me letters, but thank you." Want to see my big D?
Oh my goodness. Ta-da!
I have the whole sign, but I just put the D up here.
So we are both lifelong Disney fans. For me, it started because my dad worked for Disney when I was very, very young. And so it's always been held a magical place in my heart.
This is the first thing I bought. It was eBay had just started, and one of the first things they were auctioning off the sign, and Michael Jackson wanted it. It was a whole deal. And I put in the first bid, not thinking that I'd win. Called my business manager, I think I'm gonna win this big sign. Each letter is 14 by 9 feet, and it lights up at night.
It's very pretty.
This is from Disney World. This is from Snow White. And
Grumpy.
Grumpy. Which
one of the 7 dwarfs who lives here with us.
Is that me? You know, Disney. Like when I first started collecting stuff or saying that I was, infatuated with Disneyland, it was sort of a geeky thing, and now it's hip, right? I mean,
it's gotten cooler.
I had dinner once with Ryan Gosling, and he geeked out on Disney stuff. I was like, okay, you know what? Now it's cool. So.
Yeah, if he's doing it, it's cool now.
Yeah. Goodbye, ID. Thank you for coming over and invading my privacy. And
thank you. Mwah.
Bye-bye.
What's up, AD? I'm Carmelo Anthony. Welcome to my home. Come on there. My big welcome piece upstairs, that's Muhammad Ali. That's the focal piece in the house. It just gives so much energy, so much spirit, so much love when you look at that. I've been collecting art almost 15 years now. I was always into up and coming artists, and I just had an eye for what I like. And I realized quickly that I don't have to like something because somebody else like it. I like it because it appeals to my mind, it appeals to my spirit, whether it's $1 or $10. This is Swoon. She's amazing. Grew up maybe 3-4 blocks away from her in Red Hook, Brooklyn. And this one, Bakahende Wally, he did a series of artists. I think it was myself, Spike Lee, and Swiss Beats. My inspiration behind this, well, I'm a big Game of Thrones fan. So that's the king right there. Come on now, I'm gonna take y'all to the most important room in here. And this is the music room, this is the green room. There's a lot of details in this place, so pay attention to the details. This is a big Swoon piece. As you can see, I'm a big Swoon fan. This is one of my first pair of signature sneakers with Jordan brand that I created here in New York. One of my first seasons with New York. And the artist, Domingo Zapata, did something for me at a dinner. It was part of a magazine cover release. We got a Kahinde Wiley skateboard, which is amazing. All my books, I love to read. Love culture. I'm an Ali groupie. Anywhere you go in the house, you will always see a picture of Ali. So this shovel, the gold shovel, this is the shovel we use to break ground when we opened the Carmelo Anthony Center in Syracuse. In this corner right here, this is Nelson Macomo, one of the best black artists, South African artists there is. He's just amazing, good friend of mine. I went to his studio in South Africa, and this sketch wasn't even done yet. But I told him I wanted it, and now it's here on my wall. So this is they watching us, and this is our kids saying that, right? So that's a very powerful piece by Nelson. Here is some of my collection, a little bit. Some of them are gifts, some of them I purchased. I got Ali speeches. One of my favorite prizes over here is the Malcolm X Ballad or Bullet speech, live. I just think that's one of the most powerful speeches of all time. Working with Kassan is always good, fun. When you have a partner and a teammate like that knows you well and know how you think and know your vibe. She just worked towards putting that all into what this is right here. So when you see the different rooms and the colors of the rooms, it's like different moods of Mello. This is a plaque from my mom. She gave this to me back in 2003. 20 years ago, she gave this to me just because. I love you, Mom. All my gold medals, I think that's 2008, 2012, and 16. Now I'll take you to where things really get popping, in the bar. So welcome to the bar. This is my high school jersey, Oak Hill, number 22. It's like a little celebratory area. Celebrating Oak Hill, celebrating retirement, celebrating getting drafted in 2003 from Moet, and then Dom Perignon celebrating my 30th birthday. Cassandra did a great job at picking these lights. Some things that I just let her do, like some of the fixtures, and you just gotta let her bring her creativity out. I'll bring you back here to the bar so you can see what we have. I got into wine probably mid-2000s, not knowing what I was doing. To fast forward to now, I'm very particular with what I drink. So as you can see, there's a lot of first growths, Bordeaux's up here. First growths is like the big boys of the wine game. The winemaker's been there forever. They the first plants that was grown. This is a nice little tour. And if you want to have a good time, you come over here and have some wine. These are Cassandra's right here. She gifted these to me. We all know who Malcolm is and we all know who Martin is, but James Baldwin, y'all need to go read his books and listen to his speeches. He's one of the most powerful debaters that's out there. This is where the checks get cut. Nah, I'm kidding. The checks get cut in LA. But this is kind of my sanctuary. My book, you gotta have the memoir behind you, Where Tomorrow's Unpromised. The chairs are amazing. They're comfortable. I did design them myself. I want to give myself a pat on the back. This is not animal skin, okay? This is not animal. This is nothing animal over here, okay? This is faux. This is the memorabilia wall right here. This is the Ali gloves. This is big for me. The Social Justice Champion Award. So big shout out to Kareem for making me the inaugural winner of that. I love lounges. I love hotel lounges. I love hotel lobbies. You can just chill, hang out, have a drink, coffee, tea, whatever's your preference. So this is that vibe over here, hotel lobby lounge area, chess, books. You can always read a book. Again, details, light fixtures, amazing. You gotta keep the snakes with you, just in case. Keep the snakes with you just in case. This is, to me, one of Nelson McComo's most powerful pieces. By the title of this, which is Forgive Them, I assume that this kid is thinking about all that happened to him and is happening constantly. And he's trying to send that message, forgive them, right? If you forgive them, then that burden comes off of you. You don't have to live with that no more. It's on them now. And at the end of the day, we forgive, but we don't forget. I didn't want just a standard dining table. I don't have formal dinners. I don't sit down at the table and have full-fledged dinners. So when I'm in here, I want to eat and be creative at the same time, right? So Syracuse, you have Define Yourself. You have Creative 7, the production company. You have Red Hook. You have Innovate. You have Baltimore. And then you have the flag of Puerto Rico engraved in that. So it gives it a different vibe, an artistic vibe. And you don't feel bored. I don't like to feel bored in the dining lounge. It's just not about having art in the rooms and in the house. It's about being very intentional on what you put up. Each room has a different vibe, a different mode, so you want to be intentional about what you put in those areas, the energies that you put in those rooms. So I call this the bathroom. Some people call it the powder room. Surrounding, is my guy. You got Ali, you got the special wallpaper right here. This is flavored paper. I know it's a lot of Ali, but come on, you can't beat that wallpaper right there. I collect shoes because I wear shoes, to be honest with you. I don't collect them to just let them sit. I collect them to wear them. I'm an active collector. In wine, I collect to drink. In sneakers, I collect to wear. In clothes, I collect to wear. It's my first signature shoe of all time. So this is what kicked it off. And I just want to be clear. I was the first Jordan brand signature athlete ever. The first. I was just excited to have my own signature shoe with a Jordan brand or a brand like that. And then we actually made a great shoe. So I will always be grateful for this sneaker right here. So these Jordans right here, my son actually designed these or created these. So these are his, as you can see, Cayenne. And this is called the What the Cayenne instead of What the Cayenne. My first pair of Jordans I didn't get until my senior year in high school at Oak Hill. And that was only because they was a Jordan-sponsored school team. And that was my first pair of Jordans. So now, going from that to being the first signature athlete at the Jordan brand, after never being able to have a pair, it's full circle. The best thing about this room is this bed. Oversized bed, comfortable bed. If you don't sleep well, your day don't go well, right? Over here, again, there's Nelson McComo everywhere all over the house, but this particular portrait is the perfect image. It's the perfect energy that you need. Outside of it being a great painting and the messaging behind it, I just think you just gotta get a look at the eyes, and then you can see the soul of this actual room. This may be one of the most powerful pieces that I have. When we talk about the money being the root of all evil, and some people say you change when you get money, right? So when you got the money, he put the face on. Jay-Z said it best, you could try to change, but that's just the top layer. You are who you are before you got here. So no matter how much money you got, you're gonna always be who you are behind that mask. This is my mindfulness meditation. You can hear the waterfall flowing. This room doesn't need art. The thoughts in your mind that's the brush, right? So however way you want to paint this canvas, you do that. You know, it was intimidating at one point in time. You need to meditate. It's intimidating. But once you find out your space, that you can go to that space and you can sit there and you can be still and you can breathe and you can embrace it, the thoughts, but let them go one at a time. So I've been able to do that for a while. It helps me. I recommend it. And I recommend you to find you a sanctuary like this where you can get away for a couple minutes a day and breathe and get your mind right and reset and bounce back. This is my son's room. As you can see, he got, his favorite players, his uncles. These are like family to him. These are important. This was a Stop the Violence campaign. This is Trayvon Martin. We got Malcolm X. We got Jam Master Jay. We got Biggie, Tupac, Big L. So this was a hip hop series that was created for kind of stop the violence and stop the shooting. And so you put them on the stop sign and do 9-inch signs. And this is his room. 16 years old, so I try to stay out this room. All right, AD, I'll let y'all come in my crib. Now it's time for y'all to get on out of here. I gotta get back to work. See y'all soon. Peace out.
Bienvenidos a mi casa, AD. Good to see you. This is my dining room, my formal dining room. It's one of my favorite rooms in the house, definitely because of the detail. This amazing ceiling, it's all hand painted, and it brought this room to life. I think another one of the special details of the room is that tapestry is 18th century French, and I think all the colors bring together the whole mood of the room. I love to collect china. One of the most important things in entertaining is putting a lot of effort in the details, making people feel like they're eating something special, looking at something beautiful. And I think that china is what helps me achieve that. And these cabinets are perfect for that. Take a look.
Wow.
And this is only the beginning. I have more. And of course, another super important room is the kitchen. I'm Latin, so we love entertaining with a lot of food, a lot of friends, and we're always here. It's hard to take the people out of the kitchen, even though I made most of the room very comfortable. That was the idea when O'Hara and I decided to create all the little different rooms. But unfortunately, people still don't want to leave the kitchen. I love the counter, the white onyx. This magnificent stove is La Cornue. I don't know anything at all about it because I do not cook. I don't want to learn to cook, but my son Manolo is great at cooking and he said that this was what I needed in the house. So here it is. I only care that it looks amazing. Here we are at the family room, and way in the back is the formal living room. I love it because they all open to the backyard, which is my favorite thing about the house. Every room opens to the pool and the backyard, even when you're upstairs in the guest rooms. And it's also perfect that this room opens to the second floor where all the guest rooms are. So every time something is happening, everybody can check out that they're not missing on stuff, and they just take a peek and they decide if they want to come downstairs to join or not. And here is where we have parties and where we sit to watch TV and where all the drama happens. I kind of like started collecting crystal birds because I love birds and I love crystals. And then when I learned that they existed together, I was like, oh my God, that's like my favorite thing now. So if you guys want to send me something, send me a bird made out of crystals. My whole life, one of my, how Americans say, bucket list, it was to own anything that I could afford from Fernando Botero, one of the most amazing, prolific artists in Colombia and in Latin America. And I always dreamed of having one. In 1983, he started painting the matadores, which is the bullfighters. I was still living there in 1983. I was still very young. And when I saw it, I'm like, one day maybe I'll get that one, because he's known for creating these very big, voluptuous figures, but there was something about the matadors that I was very attracted to. And I still have that picture when he came out in a newspaper in my hometown in Barranquilla. And then last year I got the real one. Here it is. And this one is one of the most important corners of the house. Where are you? Here. Is where happiness lives, the bar. What do you want? So when I found this house, it was horrific. It was like a castle in Transylvania. But when I walked outside and I saw this garden, I knew this is where I wanted to live. This outdoor area is an extension of the house, which is, to me, the most special place in the house because of the energy, the colors. I drink coffee here, I bring my lunch in here, I bring my friends, meetings, everything. There's something about this garden that is really inviting, and people come and they don't want to leave. So when that started happening, that I realized it's so difficult to get the people out of the freaking house, I realized that we had done a great job. All I want to do when I am at home is relax back here outside. And I usually sit in that corner and drink coffee, and I play with my son's dog. And I mean, I'm like Don Corleone. I sit there and everybody comes and talks to me, and I receive all my guests, everyone from that corner, from that couch. And the pool area is super important because from every bedroom, you see the pool, you see the pool house. I wanted it to give you a feeling like you're out in the Mediterranean, like in Italy, like you're in a villa, in a hotel. And it was very carefully how we decided to pick the plants, whatever was gonna be created in the hill. There was nothing in the hill when I got the house, so I had to start from scratch. And I created this a little bit of a tropical, I want to say like environment, because most of these plants are very beautiful tropical plants that are not exactly supposed to be in the Mediterranean, but you know, it made me feel a little bit like I was in Colombia. Well, and this is, you know what this is, where the good times happen. All the sleeping, 8 hours. I love this bedroom, it's super cozy. It's a lot of light that comes in the morning. It's perfect, I feel comfortable, I feel sexy, I feel everything in this bedroom. I've always had a thing for 4-pole beds. And I think this one is very special. I love the color, I love the textures. I thought that it was gonna be perfect for the room. I think it looks great with the house and it's sexy. I love fireplaces. Even though I live in California, I hate heaters. I can't have heaters on. So when it gets a little bit chilly in the winter, I prefer to put the fireplace. Not only because the heat is better, but it's also, it makes the rooms very beautiful. The lighting is beautiful when the fire is on. Well, and that's not any fireplace. It's from the Waldorf Astoria in New York, and it was something special. The designer, O'Hara, and me wanted to bring into the room, and she found that. And we thought that was it. We don't need anything else. I loved working with O'Hara. She kind of saved my life because I was like in a little of a crossroads. It's either I'm gonna hate this house or I'm gonna love this house. What am I gonna do? I don't wanna move in here because I don't think things are coming out the way I wanted. So finally I found her and she helped me unravel everything that was wrong with the house. And this is a little sitting area in the bedroom that is super practical because sometimes the bed is all perfect and I don't want to ruin it during the day. So what I do is that I ruin all this and I lay down here. This arch is amazing. This is definitely the most beautiful bathroom I have in the house. I think the combination of colors, the beige and the gray is like really unexpected. It's perfect. I mean, look at the view. Look at the bathtub, the view from the bathtub. It's perfection. This is where I actually really live, in my closet. This is where I spend most of my time. This is like a girl's dream. I was thinking about this closet for a long time because I love everything that is, organized by color. And Linda Cooper Smith designed this amazing, amazing closet for me. And I try to keep it as organized as you see it, but sometimes it is hard. You know how girls are. I never knew that I needed to see my bags so organized like that. I used to have them all like stacked together. So now it's very easy to know exactly what I need, but I'm still late. All this stuff in the counter is very special for me. This is something that I bought at an antique shop in Paris. And this is a picture of my brother who passed away and my favorite cousin who passed away. So this is an important picture for me. And then this picture, it was when I was young and fresh. Hi, AD. Thank you for coming.
Hello, AD. Welcome to my home. Come on in. Welcome to my home. I've been designing this house for a really, really long time. I actually worked with my sister Venus. She has an interior design company called V-Star Interiors, and it's really cool because she loves doing it, and she has some amazing people that work with her that was able to kind of get inside my brain and pick my brain and show you my vision. Most homes actually have a formal living room, and I didn't want to lose that aspect, but I also didn't want a formal living room, and I was just trying to decide, what do I do? Now, I love art, and I love, all kinds of like artists, and I find it really cool. So I was like, what if I had a formal living room, but instead of it being a living room, it's called an art gallery. So this is our gallery. It actually starts from the front door. This piece is one of my favorite pieces. It's from Radcliffe Bailey. I have a few pieces of his. I think it's called the Astro because this is actually a rock from the moon. So that's really cool. Sometimes when I feel like I want to go to space, I just touch that little guy. So that's pretty amazing. It's a really fantastic wide piece for the entrance of the foyer. And then we have our gallery. So we kind of walk in, a little bit of cause chair, some more fun stuff. This is a Leonardo Drew, another Radcliffe Bailey. These doors are actually from Nepal, which is really cool. My favorite piece, not really my favorite piece, but this is actually my art. I do art, and I paint, and I'm really kind of artsy, so this is a really cool piece with, it's a needle actually in it. So it's kind of like a 3D piece, which is really cool. Of course, I felt like a living room needs a library, a little bit of a library here, and also needs a piano. I wanted a piano that my daughter would be able to play, but I didn't want it to be so heavy. And I was like, is there like a clear see-through piano that we can find? And so V-Star was really helpful with getting everything together. And so really that's our gallery. The gallery kind of extends a little bit on the sides. I have a Titus Kafour piece, which I'm super excited about, that's coming soon. So the gallery is actually not close to being done, but it's work in progress. And I think galleries are always work in progress because it's always art pieces that's coming and that's being exchanged and that's being figured out. So it's really fun. Come on, I'm gonna show you my trophy room. Oh, this is some of my favorite pieces. These two girls, just to go back to the gallery, these two girls actually represent myself and my sister. This one's me because I'm super complicated, but maybe it's Venus because she's way more complicated than me. I'm pretty simple, so we'll say this one's Venus. And these are actually done by Brendan Marshall, who's a wonderful, wonderful artist. I have some art upstairs by him as well. Really kind of modern, cool vibes, which I really love. Okay, now I'm gonna show you the trophy room. But here are some of my trophies. And then some really cool pieces that really mean a lot to me. Wheaties box. I don't keep a lot of my Grand Slam trophies here. I do see an Australian Open trophy. Oh, wait, there's a US Open trophy, okay. Here's one. Oh, that's 2002. Okay, that was a while ago. This looks like one. I am so bad with trophies. Is this one? Let's see. This is, yep, this is Roland Garros, the French Open. Clearly I don't have a lot of those, so I can't tell you. That one, I only have 2 or 3. I don't even remember. 2, 3. Okay. Let's see, oh, this is the Australian Open. Now all you all need me to show you is a Wimbledon, but I don't think I have Wimbledon here. Do I have one? Oh, I do. This is our Wimbledon trophy. Lots of cool details and names. My sister's name is in here like 6 or 7 times, which is crazy. Oh, here's another Wimbledon trophy. I'm so bad with this. So this is what it was like when you first won Wimbledon. You got a small trophy. And then it'd been like 4 or 5 years since I won Wimbledon, and I understand they moved it to the bigger one. So this is like early 2000s, and this is like, I don't know, 2010, 12, I don't know when I won. Here's another Australian Open. I won that one a few times. Yeah, I see a second place trophy, but I'm gonna put that one in the trash. Shouldn't be in here. We don't keep second place. So if anyone ever told you I'm vain, then they're lying, and I showed them my office. I have no vanity about me. My office is always extremely messy because I have so much stuff, and I realized that I probably should have made a bigger office, but I was like, I don't work that much at home. But it's really a fantastic space. I kind of like it snug because I can get so much work done. I always keep it super warm in here, which I love. This is my office. This is where a lot of things happen, a lot of meetings happen, and crazy stuff. But the craziest stuff happens in my karaoke room, so I'm gonna show you that right now. I wanted a lot of detail on the wall. I wanted like really cool surprise elements in the house. So each room has really different surprise elements. You kind of have to be here to look at it and see it closely. But this is actually a wallpaper that's like a 3D wallpaper, so there's texture to it. So when you feel it, you can feel all this cool texture that comes with it. Our media room and our bar and our club room is all in one. I didn't want like a movie theater room because I'm like, I just don't want to sit and watch movies, but I wanted like something that was super functional. So when I was talking to V-Star, I was like, listen team, I want something really functional that can work as like a karaoke place. So they gave me a little bit of a stage. Me and Olympia sing on it often. And these chairs are actually super functional. I got them in Europe. They twist 360 and they actually lay back completely, which is really important to me. Popcorn machine is what we use most in this house. I actually would love some popcorn now, but I'm gonna try to refrain. And my husband actually got all the liquor because I told him that I want some really cool liquor bottles, and he got all these really amazing liquor bottles on display that we really never drink, but maybe one day we'll crack one open. We'll see. And my kitchen's super busy right now. You guys came when my daughter's like playing, and so, but you can see pictures of my kitchen in the Architectural Digest magazine. So it's really fun. I love this space. I love living here. Grab the magazine to see all the rest of it. All right, bye. Thank you for visiting. I hope you enjoyed the home. See you later.
Hey AD, I'm Vanessa Hudgens. Welcome to my home. Come on in. So this is the Little DeMille. It was built by Cecil B. DeMille for his mistress. Therefore, this is the Little DeMille. Over here we have Cecil B. DeMille, the man himself, kind of clocked as like the Hollywood grandfather of cinema. So we have to have a moment here honoring him since he built this for his mistress. This is the living space. Got the piano, which doesn't really get used that often. This is all I remember for the most part. Anyways. Wanted it to feel really French because the land is very French and vibey. There's olive trees everywhere. So I really wanted to play into that with the space. And I wanted it just to be really like casual and relaxed and cozy. I'm a big fan of candlesticks, so you will notice them everywhere. I just loved this mohair sofa that I found at a vintage shop. A lot of the pieces I found are vintage pieces, like the little tavertine stacking tables. I got a vintage movie poster, which is Breathless, an amazing French film. I'm obsessed with this. It's this artist named Peter Tomka. He does these projection silver gelatin prints, and it's his friend from high school. She wrote a murder mystery play, and this was a shot that he got from it. I love it. I also really love vintage books. Finding old books all over the world is one of my favorite things to do. I found these little guys in Scotland at a little vintage bookstore, along with these original prints of Emma. These are just like all French love stories. We have my one and only Natalie Wood. Fox actually gave this to me after I did Grease Live as a present. This I got because I was like, this would be so cool to have an old school clock that chimes. And then it started chiming, and every time it chimed, I would jump out of my skin and be like, that was a great idea. Practically terrifying, but you know, it looks cute. I love big plants. I think it's so important to just bring life into your home. As you can see, my monstera is doing very well, and we just love big, big bouquets. My friend and designer extraordinaire, Jaouad, helped me and styled this house and put together the most amazing bouquets and arrangements. Oh, and the floors. The floors were a big selling point for me when I saw this house. Gary Oldman lived here before me, and he put these in. They're 18th century French oak from an old chapel in Europe. So cool. When I bought the house, these doors were probably from the 50s. They did not open at all, so I had these made to just give it some air, which is so necessary in LA. My little breakfast nook that I'm very proud of. I got this wallpaper that I fell in love with from House of Hackney. There's like little mushrooms and dragons. I got this made after a restaurant that I'm obsessed with in New York called Maison Premier. And it just feels like you're in New Orleans in the 20s. I eat here when it's like one or two of my other friends, but we normally just end up dancing around the table. Ends up being a great dance floor. And then we move into the kitchen. When I bought the house, this kitchen was very, very different. It was all white. There were red knobs on all the cabinetry. And during the pandemic, I was home so much. I was like, this would be the time to do a remodel for the kitchen. And so I took it upon myself to have a project and put it all together. I wanted the floors to feel kind of Italian, so we did the tavertine. I opened the shelving up, and this tile is actually leftover tile from the remodel of my bathroom, and it was sitting in the basement, and I was like, that would work perfectly. So put that here, made it just really earthy. There's a lot of plants, there's a lot of fruit. I have an abundance of citrus and avocados. I don't really cook that often. Once in a blue moon it happens, but I'm very proud of my Cali water fridge. We gotta stay stocked, keep everybody hydrated. I just love quirky, unique things about homes, and this is definitely one of them. I don't know if it's like from a boat or a submarine, but it's just so cool. And also to have a swinging door. Here we have our dining room. I wanted it to feel very romantic. I wanted the table to kind of play off of the pattern of the floors. Once again, like 1950s Italian chandelier. Just keep it really organic and kind of neutral, since this opens and flows into the olive trees. This is the powder room, which I just love so much. It has these tiles, which I feel like have probably been here since the 50s, but this wall was painted red, like bright red. So knowing that I wanted it very old school, old Hollywood, I found this wallpaper by House of Hackney. And I feel like it just gives it that old Hollywood vibe. Of course, since this is old Hollywood home, I had to have Richard Avedon portrait of Marilyn Monroe. I love this piece so much because we're all so used to Marilyn smiling brightly and just being the goddess that she is. But this just seems like an in-between moment, like she's really lost in thought. And it just seems like a very vulnerable personal image of her, which is what you kind of want to see when you're going to the bathroom, right? You feel safe. Since this is just like all white walls, I wanted to bring some big art pieces into this space. This is by an artist named Kader Boley. He was born in Africa and moved to Paris when he was like 20 to pursue his dream. His stuff's just so cool. This piece, my girlfriend, her husband is the artist. His name's Fernando Garcia, and I just thought this was so cool. It says Libre Pensador, and it's kind of like a commentary on how society wants to keep us inside of the box, but it's our jobs to be outside thinkers, which we support and love. This is my bedroom. I wanted it to be very feminine, so I feel like, of course, there's going to be a lot of celebrating the woman form in my bedroom. I found this piece by an LA artist named Eliza Valenti. I just love the colors. I love how it's celebrating women's figures and their like full vivacious bodies, and I just think it's so important to see that. For some reason, I just really fell in love with the idea of orange for my bedroom, so I got these velvet orange curtains. Once again, very important to have plants that you love on. I got this sofa that I love the shape of. I'm obsessed with this quilt. It's from Nikki Kehoe and it's reversible. And I just love that it adds texture to the space. These sconces I love. I got from this store in LA called Obsolete, and it just gives off like a really dope glow at night. These I had made, which I am just obsessed with. These legs that are thick and kind of have like an Art Deco-y feel to them. And this marble actually goes perfectly with the marble in my bathroom. We love when it all ties in together. And this is my bathroom, one of my favorite places in the house. I worked with Jake Arnold to design the space, and I just really wanted it to be sexy and cave-like. This bathtub that I spend so much time in. More candlesticks, as you can see. Here's the marble that matches my bedside tables. And then these are also the tiles that I had so many extra of that I used as a backsplash in my kitchen. All the faucets I wanted to be brass, so naturally went to Waterworks. And we did it with the wood on it because I just love things being really earthy and keeping it like grounded. This is where I shower. Welcome the world in the morning. Wanted just a little desk moment for myself to be able to work on scripts at home on. This lamp I'm so obsessed with. It just makes it feel like a little fairyland. My closet, which we don't need to look in because it's kind of a disaster. Of course, everyone loves living in LA for the outdoor space, and this house does not disappoint. I got these wooden beams made to follow the curvature of the iron that was already here. Eventually, I'm hoping that my vines will grow in and cover all of this, but it's just really taking its time. This is like the side door. I just love how the ivy's growing up it. The ivy over this house is one of my favorite things ever, because when do you get a brick house in LA that's covered in ivy? It's very rare. The maintenance of this house it's a lot. It's definitely a lot. We have our pool, very necessary in LA. One of my friends found this chair at a vintage store. I'm obsessed, especially because it plays into the murals I had painted outside. So when I moved in, this was just a white wall, and I was like, that seems like such a wasted opportunity for something really cool to happen. So I found this artist, Carly Kuhn, who does the coolest single line portraits, and I'm just obsessed. It brings so much life to the place. She also did these. We call them the lovers. Just a little seating area underneath the olive trees. Plumerias are my favorite. My dad always had plumerias around. He would always give me plumeria plants. So this is like my prized possession. This is where I feel like most nights my friends and I all hang out and we turn on the fireplace and share ghost stories. Say hi, Dar. She gets camera shy. So this is the guest house. Originally was built as a carriage house, and now it's just our hangout room, TV room. As you can see, we have all of my Teen Choice Awards. They've been sitting in the garage for so long, and I finally was like, we should just put them out somewhere. So they have finally found a home. Bookshelf with more books that I have found from all over. I met like Kelly Slater when I was going to a bunch of like surf US Opens. So he gave me his book signed, which I love. I've got my Annie Leibovitz, which she signed for me when I worked with her. My friends and I are are always taking photos. So we have like our vintage Polaroid just ready on hand. Got a bunch of really good stuff here. This piece I am so obsessed with because at a certain point of the day, the light comes in and hits it just right and it looks almost like a ghost. It's this artist, Kim Vitran. I saw it on their Instagram and I was like, that is amazing, I need it. And then they sent it over. My favorite part is the little portrait of Darla in the portrait. Kills me. We love a jam session, so there's always some form of instrument in all the rooms. And then we have even more land. This massive tree is an avocado tree, and it actually produces fruit. Not that often, but when it does, there's a lot of guacamole. This is a grapefruit tree, then we've got a lemon tree and a lime tree and a kumquat and tangerine tree. So there's just a lot of fruit. I really wanted a place that you can just run around in and kind of feel like you have a park. We have water balloon fights out here. We do little photo shoots out here. Just run around, and it's so nice to have a space that's open in LA that just allows me and my friends to feel like big kids. I love this little arch entry we have into the secret garden, which doesn't really have that much in because I'm not in it all the time. We have our pizza oven, which actually has been used. The first time, not so successful. We have our big old fireplace and the biggest grapefruit tree, which lights up at night and just is so whimsical and romantic. This is another thing I love about the house. Gas lanterns. They're by this company, Beverly, from New Orleans. They've been around since like the 40s. And I just love when you go to New Orleans, that vibe is kind of spooky. So these lanterns really did it for me. And that is my home. Thank you, AD, so much for coming and checking out my house. Now it's time for you to go and me to go into the bath. Bye.
Hi, AD. Welcome to our home. So this is the entryway here. We built this from the ground up. So it's the first time I've ever done anything like that. It was quite an undertaking. I think having spent so much time as an expat in Europe and really falling in love with Georgian proportions and those kind of details, I really wanted the entryway to feel like its own special room. And so with the architects, we conceived of having a fireplace, which is something you see a lot in Europe, and an entryway, and just gives this really nice feeling of warmth and welcome as you come in. The tiles reminds me of, as I said, my time living in London, and just a detail that's classic and traditional. I really like the mix of having the things that are sort of systemic to the house. They're more traditional. We have reclaimed fireplaces and old floors, and then I think it gives sort of leeway to have a more contemporary, like mixed experience with the furnishings and stuff like that. This is one of my favorite little rooms of the house, the powder room. It's got all of this hand-done antiqued mirror and hand-painted wallpaper. It's got a reclaimed sink. It's got tons of different textures and metal finishes. It's really pretty. I love it. It makes me feel very grown up when I pee in here. So this is the dining room here. I enlisted my friend Bridget to help me furnish the house. She's been one of my best friends for 20 years, and I was trying to do it by myself. And I couldn't do it. But some of the things I had ordered before we started, like this beautiful table. This came from France, a beautiful furniture gallery called Colco's. And then Bridget found these really cool contemporary chairs. And this chandelier, which I can't decide if it looks like a grasshopper or lily pads or something. It's a little futuristic for me. Bridget and I I don't want to say we fought, but we definitely, there was some friction, and then we landed on it being pretty cool and fabulous. That's what I love about it, is the pearls. I think they're so beautiful and unique. There's something also a bit Star Trek about it, but I've grown to really love it. And again, we have a reclaimed fireplace here from Chateau de Ming, and then this wallpaper is so amazing. It's hand painted by these artists in Los Angeles. It's called MJ Atelier, and they also made the powder room wallpaper. They do these incredible 3D wallpapers and all kinds of different textures and colors. So I love that the wallpaper really grounds the room in kind of a more traditional feel, and then again we have some super contemporary items mixed in. I entertain a lot. I cook all the time, and I wanted it to feel both welcoming, but also that you could have like a formal dinner party. And I think it strikes the right balance. I mean, the kitchen's right there, so we have our informal there, but it's also nice to just kind of gather around here with the kids, and you can spill pasta and wine and it just wipes right off. So this is the kitchen. I love it so much, the heart of the home. This was designed by the architects who did the house, Roman and Williams. They're an amazing design firm in New York, and they did all of the architecture. And they had done my apartment in New York City, which I don't have anymore. They had done this kitchen there for me, which I lived in this kitchen. It was bright and airy and white, and it had a lot of these similar details like in the cabinetry, so I wanted to pull in some elements from the kitchen that they had done for us there, cabinetry being one, and also having the range be in the middle of the room, because I cook so much and I spent so much of my time facing the wall, and my kids would be in the room. So when it's like this, you have the opportunity to cook and chat with people. This is Portuguese tile. It's reclaimed tile that Robin from Roman and Williams found. And I just like look for those little elements to kind of bring some texture and some homey feeling in. We also put the fireplace in, which is like such a luxury to be able to have a wood burning fireplace in your kitchen. You know, it does take me back to my days living in the UK. I had 2 wood-burning fireplaces in the kitchen, and it was just such an important element of like beating those cold, dark winters, and I just got so used to having the fires on all the time. So when Robin and Steven and I came to sit down and design the house, you know, I said, I'd love to have, if it's possible, I'd love to have a fireplace in the kitchen. And then Bridget and I kind of came up with this really cool treatment to make this fluting with plaster, which I found on something similar on like Pinterest. And then I was like, I think this would be such a nice way to finish the wall instead of just having some drywall. And then Bridget found these amazing lights that are just so beautiful. And then this I love particularly. This is like my dream, to have all my pots lined up on these beautiful cast iron pots. In the fall, I love to cook. I love to braise things and make soups and stews and warming things. I always gravitate towards whatever produce is in season. Then, you know, in spring is like you start to get this abundance in California of all this amazing produce. I mean, we get it all year round. We're very spoiled. But I love really fresh, like just farmers. I love going to the farmer's market and planning the meal on the fly. My son's favorite recipe that I make is turkey meatballs or turkey ragu. He loves pasta and he loves turkey sauce, so I would say that's his favorite. And my daughter loves when I make, they're pasta lovers. I think her favorite is either this lemon Parmesan pasta that I make her, or a spicy marinara. Very easy. This also was like a dream come true for me, to have these particular blue plates like on a wall, and I think it just, you know, if you get plates, you know, that have a beautiful pattern, you want to see them, and usually they're just stacked in the cupboard. So we did this plate wall, and it brings like a pop of color to the house. And then Steven, the architect, he insisted on us realizing his rolling ladder, which I love, and I'm so glad, because there was a fight between Matt, the contractor, and Steven about whether this would be actually like usable and workable. This is something that I learned from the woman that I bought my house from in Los Angeles, Windsor Smith, another designer. I loved how in different rooms she completely changes floors, and I think it's such a nice way to offer a distinct personality to a room, and so I'm not afraid of changing floors, as you'll see as we go through. So this is the living room. It's kind of bonkers in the best way, I think. I really wanted it to be a bit of a showstopper, and there were certain elements that I really knew that I wanted. I had this swing in a different house, and the original swing we lost in a fire, but I really had a vision of having this swing there, which I lie in it all the time. I mean, I go there and I read or talk on the phone or whatever, and it's become one of my favorite spots. The lights, I'm friendly with Lindsay Adelman, who's an amazing lighting designer, as I'm sure you know, and I kind of just sent her drawings of the room, and I said, just do whatever. And so she came back with this insanely beautiful, this is, I think, from her Paradise collection. I think it's Paradise City. I think it's somehow inspired by Guns N' Roses. It's just so cool, and it was so nice to give such an amazing artist like Lindsay license to just do whatever she wanted. Like, we made no edits. I just said, do it. It's like the jewelry for the living room. This bar is, I found this, I found the inspiration on the internet. This beautiful kind of jade bar somewhere. It was very modern, and so I asked Stephen and Robin if there was a way that we could kind of take the idea but make it different and unique and also slightly more traditional to fit in with those more traditional elements of the house. And so they drew this beautiful thing, and then Bridget and I went to the stone yard, and we were kind of like wandering around. We didn't know what material we were gonna choose, and we were looking at some quartzes and some different marbles, and then we both came from different directions and like saw this and fell in love with it at the same time. I don't even know what kind of marble it is, but it's so pretty. I usually have some Japanese whiskey is usually my favorite thing to have. Unfortunately, I'm not drinking very much this year, so I'm having mostly seed lip cocktails, which is like mocktail or sparkling water. But when the time comes, I will heavily utilize her. This couch, I don't remember where I first saw this couch, but I knew that I wanted it for this house when I saw it. I ordered it, and then I was like, Bridget, help me. And then she kind of modified the size a little bit. I just love that it's already in a U shape so that people feel like they can pile in. There's something almost like 70s about that, which I love. And we actually use this all the time. Even though we just kind of moved in, we're in this room a lot, and it's like a really nice place to sit and be together. Okay, this is kind of the most incredible thing of the house. It's a bit of a spa moment happening. Understatement. You know, I'm into wellness, so I feel like it's justified, right? Yeah, well, maybe I can write it off as a business expense then. I think when we were conceiving of the house, we were trying to think of just like a forever home, and what would be the few things that are just so special and that, you know, you could use when you're much older. And so we were kind of thinking it would be amazing to have a real spa, and there's one in Paris called Bain de la Marée, and it sort of mimics that in its own way. And Robin and Stephen found these amazing tiles. They're handmade, and I love all the details that they had done and the color. And it's very calming in here as well. And there's a cold plunge, excellent for circulation, a hot tub, and then there's a steam and a sauna. These are beautiful. These are Roman and Williams designed these for Waterworks. It's part of their Atlas collection. and it's beautiful. It's like this kind of industrial design, and the unlacquered brass that we have as a theme kind of running throughout the house, which I love, which gives everything such like a great hand. I come in here every day. I use it all the time. And whenever I'm in here, I'm like, pinch me. I cannot believe that this is our house and we live here. It's so fun. Well, AD, thank you so much for stopping by. It was a real pleasure to have you. And I have to go make some meatballs. So, see you later.
Hey, what's up, AD? I'm Travis Barker. We're in Calabasas, California. Welcome to my home. Okay, so this is my living room. The vibe of this room and my house really was just like zen. When I come home from long tours or long nights at the studio, just a place to rest my head. And this room is also filled with some of my favorite artists, two of which are Raymond Pettibone and Wes Lang. Raymond Pettibone created the Black Flag bars, along with many other cool punk rock graphics. I like to do a lot of phone calls in here, photo shoots, turn the fireplace on and chill. There's also like a painting over here that is my 5 favorite albums that changed my life that Courtney got me for Christmas last year. This used to have a wall with windows, and Waldo Fernandez decided to knock it down and just create doors that open, and you could see straight to my pool in my backyard. So I bought this house about 16 years ago. When I bought it, the way it was designed wasn't my favorite, but my kids learned how to ride bikes in this house. They skateboarded through this long hallway that you'll see later. I think they even rode like 50s, like dirt bikes in the house at one point. So we really lived in it, and we really got the most out of what I had bought. And then there was just a time where I was touring so much, and I felt like it was the perfect opportunity to do this remodel. I had interviewed several designers, and the day I met Waldo, the minute I spoke to him on the phone, his energy was just the best energy I've experienced. I mean, he had such great ideas and this calming spirit about him and impeccable taste. I just decided to remodel my entire home instead of a couple rooms, and I left on tour, and I literally gave him full control. It was the most amazing experience to come back a year later. He said, you need to stop coming by. You need to stop always checking on it, because I want you to come a few days before you move in and just see it and be in awe. And that's what I did, and it was the best payoff. I was floored, like jaw to the ground. To have the ability to reimagine a home and do what he did was just, he does a phenomenal job. This is our formal dining room. With how much I work, how much Courtney works, and my kids with school and everything, we like to sit down on Sundays, just talk and put our phones away and eat delicious vegan food. I do like to entertain. We have like friends and guests over for dinner, but I also don't like too many people in my home, because it is where I go to just get like peace of mind and relax, and I'm never here. So when I am here, I want to make it count. It was important that we had a big table that could fit our whole family and guests. I sit here every time. Like, this is my seat. This is Courtney's seat. This is usually Penelope, Rain. This is Atiana. This is usually open for guests, whoever comes and eats with us. This is usually Mason, Landon, and Alabama, and it literally doesn't change. It's the same seating arrangement every time. Courtney got me these way before we were together. We would spoil each other and buy each other Christmas presents and birthday presents. They've stayed in this room. She still has like a candle I got her like years ago that's still in her closet, and like bags. Like, she'll be like, oh, do you remember you got this for me like 3 Christmases ago? And I'm like, whoa. All right, so this is my kitchen, and this is my fiance.
What are you doing? Drinking this matcha that you made me, your famous matcha.
I actually make the best matcha, way better than
The best.
any matcha place in LA, Alfred's, Cha-Cha Matcha. My matcha is actually the best.
It is. Why don't you show the little matcha station?
One of my favorite things is like this matcha station over here where I have everything. Cinnamon, I have nutmeg, I have cacao. You know, I can heat up tea really quick. And my kitchen used to look a lot different. There actually used to be a wall here that just had an archway where you could like walk through. These windows were not like this. It was more like a wall with selected windows. So now you just have like this amazing view. And I did that everywhere in my house. Like I love those windows. I love the lighting and I love that it's like kind of industrial. And I love this like wooden posts. I love that it just looks like old. And my aesthetic would be like minimal. I just like minimal. I don't like when people put a bunch of things everywhere. Everything looks like cabinets, obviously in the fridge and the freezer are here. So I like very like clean space because it allows me to think and doesn't like crowd my vibe. This is the table we eat dinner at, like on normal nights or breakfast, or just like sit and have like tea, or when I used to drink coffee, it would be right here. When the kids like need to do schoolwork, sometimes it's here. This is where we eat on the not special days or the not special occasions. I fell in love with this house. I was living in Bel Air Crest and I had a 3-story home. I had 3 children and it was just, we had elevators and it was just too much. So this is a 1-story house that's just like under 10,000 square feet. And it was just so convenient to have. And the indoor outdoor that you'll see later, outside the patios, I couldn't beat it. This is our TV room. We spend holidays here. Like we actually spent New Year's Eve here and it was so fun. We just played games, put together like a 1,500 piece puzzle, which took days to finish, but it was a lot of fun. We watched like the ball drop, watched my performance that was pre-filmed. It was pretty cool. From the moment I wake up and when I start making matcha or like coffee, I turn on that fireplace. One of my favorite things in the house. So this room used to have like vaulted ceilings and used to look way different. So they got rid of all of the recessed lighting and just flattened everything out in here. That made everything like clean lines, very like minimal and easy to like live in. And we like brought the ceilings up in every room as high as we could. I really love these chairs. That's like where I sit when I come in here. Once in a while, I'll take all the pillows off of this and just lay down. I've like written songs in this couch. I'm constantly walking around with my phone and have voice memo on and my kids are recording and be like, what are you doing? And I'm like tapping like an idea or like a rhythm. This is our entertainment room. This ping pong table is all cement. When I fell in love with ping pong, I Googled ping pong tables and this came up and I have to have this. It's really heavy. Like a team of 8 people came in and installed it. There was a point during quarantine where we would just play every day and have the coolest ping pong tournaments. I play with my kids, I play with Court, play with guests when they come over. I also have like a lot of cool art in here. A lamp that I designed with Buster and Punch that has like a little skull on it. Also like some cool books, like a Pettibone book. I love all his art. Extra ping pong balls because we lose them all the time. I'm a big collector of BMX bikes. Most of my BMX bikes are at my studio because I have about 25 of them. But these 2 are Dior. Kendall, Courtney's sister, actually gave me this one. It was like sitting at her mom's house and I'm like, do you know what this is? This is so special and so cool. Like I'll fix it. I had been searching for the gold one and my assistant got a call from Dior and they were like, is Trav still looking for the gold Dior bike? LeBron never came and picked his up. So if you guys want it, it's yours today. So we grabbed it, we snatched it immediately. So this is our bar area. This is actually an incense holder. It's by Matt McCormick, who's a great artist and good friend of mine. These are champagne flutes. Someone gave it to us like after we got engaged. It says Travis and Courtney, October 17th, 2021. And then it says #forever. So that is the first day, October 17th, we ever like hooked up or hung out like as more than friends. And that's also the day I proposed to her. All right, so this is my home studio. During quarantine, I built this. I did all my recording remotely from here. Wrote like Bloody Valentine here, wrote most of Jaden's album here, played on everybody's album here from like an electronic drum kit. This Roland kit comes in so handy because like you can pick whatever drum sound you want. It can be as quiet or as loud as you want. My kids record here. There's a vocal booth. Like I would work till 4 or 5 in the morning and everyone would be asleep. My main instrument by far is the drums, But yeah, I have like an old like Juno here. I have like a Roland here. I have multiple guitars and bass. Like I can play everything enough just to be able to produce and like write music. You know, like my week this week was like NLE Choppa, and then it was like Gunna, it was Thug, it was Machine Gun Kelly, it was Avril Lavigne, it was Willow. So it changes. It just depends on the week, and I love it like that. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. So this room is my movie theater. I like to watch UFC fights in here and movies, obviously. There's also dance parties, massive amounts of people in this room at times, depending on what we're watching. It also has like 100 speakers in this room, and I got it tuned professionally so it would sound like a movie theater. Like when you go to the movie theater and you have all these things happening around you. If we're just having like a night and it's like a weekend and I don't have the kids, we usually like fall asleep in here. These couches are so comfortable. It's like a huge bed once you take all the pillows off. This is my bedroom. This is where I rest my head and sleep. When I want to entertain in this room, I have the ability to turn on my fireplace with this handy remote. It's apparently very upset with me right now, so let me try it again. So if I'm home, the fireplace is definitely on. I love having the fireplaces on and just feeling like I'm in a cabin somewhere. Some sentimental things to me in here. This amazing plate that Courtney painted for me at Color Me Mine. I also have like my mom's rosary in this little go-yard. This photo that means a lot to me, that's like my children and I. A portrait that Penelope drew of me that I'm very proud of, that's framed. It's pretty cool. I also have a really cool photo from the day I proposed to Courtney. And those are like the roses and everything that I set up. With the bed, it's like an organic mattress. And yes, like mattresses can be toxic and have all sorts of bad things that everyone sleeps on and they don't know about it. But it has the ability to lift the head, and as well as like lift like the foot of the bed. It also vibrates. Yeah, I wish you guys could feel this, but you can't, so it's vibrating right now. So this is one of my closets. I have a few, and this one is primarily t-shirts, a lot of vintage t-shirts, a lot of like fleece, like sweatshirts, sweatpants, a little bit of shoes in here, but most of my shoes are in my other closet. I love vintage t-shirts. It's kind of like the same passion I have for like skateboarding and BMX bikes, like my childhood. Cool Bauhaus, like vintage tee, Public Enemy, The Cramps. I definitely have a uniform, like t-shirt, slacks, and Doc Martens or Creepers or Converse make me happy. Okay, so this is the outdoor, indoor living area. This space in particular, I love feeding my dogs and just having one-on-one time with them. I have 4 Frenchies. If you ever see me like post a video or a picture with them, I'm usually sitting right here. At night, I love the fireplace on. There was once a time where I'm sitting here with my dogs and a tarantula ran across the ceiling and like scared the crap out of me. It was one of the scariest things, and I've never seen a tarantula move like that. I also like cooking like vegan hot dogs and burgers out here, and we usually eat right here on this table. Also, sometimes my kids will come out here and do schoolwork or homework if they want fresh air and they don't want to be sitting in the house. So this is my backyard and my swimming pool. So when I remodeled the house, I never touched the pool. And I remember when I moved in and I was like, oh, the pool looks like a hotel pool or something. Like the whole house kind of had that vibe. Bama, you learned how to swim in this pool. Yeah, will you show everyone what swimming is?
Oh, you thought.
So all my kids learned how to swim in this pool. We've spent like every summer in here since we moved into this house, and we have like the best memories here. I have ridden BMX bikes into that pool. I've ollied and skateboarded into that pool. We have put scaffolding over it when we've had parties in the backyard because we needed to fit a lot of people in here. When we used to have parties back here, there's a full stage and lighting. The same stage and lighting we tour with. It's the same sound system and PA that we would tour with. So it was massive. Babe, what's that movie that has the X in it where like the huge party? Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Project X.
Project X, yeah. It was literally that. It was like out of control. I would have 20 security guards here. I would never do it again in my life. I like this life better. I think it's better. Okay, let's go check out the garage. This is a Buick Grand National GNX. It's really just in the best condition. It only has 600 miles on it. So they only made it in 1987. It's just one of the most sought after cars. Court got it for me for my birthday. The best birthday present ever. Usually I drive all my old cars, but this one I have to baby and only drive it during special occasions. Like it came with the factory sticker on the passenger side door. It came with all the plastic still on it. But I also feel like you only live once and you gotta drive them, you gotta enjoy them. This is a G-Wagon, it's called a 4x4 squared. They only made them for 2 years. I did nothing to it except like murder it out and make it all black. How it comes stock with this suspension, it's like one of the only vehicles that sits like this. So I'll hold on to this forever. It's one of my favorite vehicles. I've had it Escalade every year since they came out with the Escalade. It's like a must in my fleet. It's perfect for the kids. It's perfect if you just need to mob out and you have a bunch of people with you. But I love Cadillac. I have Cadillac tattooed down my rib cage. I'll never outgrow Cadillacs. So this is my Rolls Royce, the Cullinan. This is like the first SUV Rolls Royce ever came out with. Nothing is gonna compete as far as comfort when it comes to the Rolls Royce. It feels like you've never left your living room. It came with the stars on the roof, but in this one, it has like the feature where it has shooting stars, where like you'll see a shooting star every so many seconds. It's so comfortable. Like the times I've been driven in it, I just don't wanna get out. I'm not really into being driven around by anybody. I really love being in the space by myself and listening to like whatever music I've been working on. I like driving cars. I'm a car guy. I love cars. All right, AD, thanks for coming by. You're always welcome at my house, but I gotta go.
Hello AD, I'm Radhika Raje Gaikwad and I welcome you home. The palace was started in 1879 and completed in 1890. Took 11 years in the making. A palace of this size, 11 years is actually quite short. The stone was sourced locally, is Dhangadra sandstone, but a lot of the other elements came in from different parts of the country and also the world. We have stained glass from Europe, we have chandeliers from England and Belgium, and mosaic from Italy, sculptures from around Europe. It's an amazing mix of countries and cultures coming together in this space. I've lived in Lakshmi Vilas Palace for 23 years now. And even though the home is over 135 years old, it's always been a home. We have these informal spaces within this very, very ornate and sometimes overwhelming spaces. We are able to carve our little pockets of quietude and family time. I'm flooded by memories of my children playing here with the dogs, me having a cup of coffee with my husband here on winter mornings when I first came married. And I remember in this very courtyard, I would sit down here on these stairs and music will trickle down from the window of my father-in-law's music studio. And I would just sit here and listen to that. So, you know, all these spaces become home the more you live in them and more memories you accumulate. They no more remain just walls and carvings. We are now in the grandest and most important public space of the palace. It's called the Darbar Hall. This is where the Maharaja would host, greet, and attend to his subjects. And most recently, the space where Narendra Modi, our Prime Minister, and the Spanish Premier met for bilateral talks. So it continues to remain relevant and important in state matters. This space just knocks the wind out of me every time I walk in here. From the mosaic flooring with its malachite, mother of pearl, to the mosaic with its gold leaf on the walls, which still glints when it catches light. The ceiling, which is Islamic, it's in lacquer. The beautiful jharokas, which are a mix of rose and sandalwood. The beautiful reliefs by Felici. This is really a space which is meant to talk about the collaborations that came to exist 135 years ago between India and other cultures. One of the spaces that really fascinates me is this. I love the adaptation of an Indian traditional motif into a Western European craft style. So we have this rangoli. This particular design I have seen a lot in powdered rice, and women of the house would make this particular pattern, and it would be done so outside the doorway. This is very, very special that, something as traditional and intimate as a rangoli is adapted in a mosaic form, done by Italian craftspeople. Another example again are these spectacular stained glasses. We have Yashoda and Krishna, Balakrishna in two of them, and then you have Ram and Sita. This is where the Maharaja would be seated. This is where the audience would be. We are receiving the blessings of the deities right here in this space. Another favorite of mine are these angels. As you can see, they are completely Indianized. They are in 9-yard saris, very Maharashtrian, and they have these beautiful crowns and earrings, and they're blowing trumpets right at the entrance. We are now in the most sacred part of the palace. This is the coronation room where the Maharaja is coronated. And this is the Gadi. It's actually really quite simple. The Maharaja is seated on this throne only once in his life. So right behind the Gadi, we have the Sita Bhumi Pravesh, which is the departing of Sita from Ram when she is being surrendered and retreating into the earth and saying her final goodbye to the family. This is to indicate to the Maharaja who is seated here that duty always comes first. Across the hall, we have the most important paintings of the Royal Gaikwad collection, and they are the Lakshmi and Saraswati by Raja Ravi Verma. These are the most recognized paintings of Indian mythology, and we have the originals here, and they are basically facing the throne, blessing the legacy and the dynasty. This room evokes a lot of emotions for me. This was the seat of power of the Gaikwad dynasty. It is underplayed by the Gadi, which is very humble and simple, but the artworks that surround this Gadi are indicative of how important this hall was. So we are in one of our private courtyards. This is a space that most of our rooms overlook, and this is one of our quieter private spaces. This particular fountain is one of my favorites. I love the tiles here. We have documentation that Royal Walton had actually designed a fountain for this space. A day at Lakshmi Vilas Palace actually is quite usual and unusual. It has the regular chores and chaos of waking up in the morning, getting kids ready for school, grabbing a cup of coffee. But it also gives you incredible moments to pause and soak in the historic monument, if I may use the word, that I live in. The palace was really ahead of its time for more than one reason. It was, of course, fitted with the latest amenities. It has one of the oldest lifts in Western India. It had concealed lighting. Over time, it had air conditioning before most institutions. It was also very modern for the vision that it had at that point of time. The palace was built for only the Maharaja and Maharani. And yet you see that there is an equal positioning of both. There is no defined cloistered space for the women of the house. So parda was not followed here, which is quite unusual for its times. And even today, after 23 years of living in this house, it's still so much to discover in this home. And I recently discovered some carvings of monkeys and scorpions, snakes. They're only in a particular area. I'd been walking past them all these years, but never noticed. We are now in our private drawing room. This is where we entertain our guests. It's done in the French style. It's got wooden paneling. It looks very much like it did when it was first created for the family. We've got a little bit of personal touch with the cushions. We've got beautiful artworks from around the world. My favorite being these chiseled shells from Italy. I like my time here. I play music. It's a lovely view outside. I get a view of the golf course and the expanse. And of course, the beauty inside. My girls are here with the dogs ever so often on the carpet. It's really a space where we chill and relax. I think this is a space where we've kind of all tried to contribute a little bit of ourselves. I've never been able to, bring in a souvenir, say a tribal mask from Africa and plant it on the walls here. It would be travesty. It's very hard to strike that balance between maintaining traditional buildings in a Puritan way, as well as bringing in modernity. The palace has such a strong personality, and it should be able to take you back those 135 years for someone who steps in. But at the same time, we have to also be able to provide the basic comforts to ourselves and our family. So interestingly, this palace was made only for 2 people, for the Maharaja and Maharani. So we didn't have that many guest rooms. And as the family's grown, we did require them. So we've converted a boiler room into a guest room, and it's now one of our coziest rooms. I think if the walls of Lakshmila's palace were to speak, they would say that this has been a happy home for generations of Gaikwads. Lakshmi Vilas will always be home for us, but as time flies, we also realize that we all need to adapt with the changes that the palace requires. Thank you, AD, for visiting my home. See you again soon.
AD, oh God, was that today?
Yeah, we talked about this.
Hi, I'm Patrick Adams.
I'm Troye and Belisario.
And this is our house.
Come on in, guys.
Yeah, come on. This house was built in 1924 by Wallace Neff, an incredible architect. Not one of his most famous houses, but it's one of his first houses. And I think this room demonstrates like what makes him so special. So right now we're in the main living room. I think sometimes we call it the Great Hall. We've been in this house for 6 years, but this room is sort of the last thing that we got done. We were scared of this room, to be perfectly honest. This is a pretty epic
not
room.
Small.
It's taken a lot of time to figure out kind of how to live in this space, but I think we're finally there. We changed this fireplace. This used to be ground level, and we hooked it up and put this hearth there and built this whole unit there.
Also, one of my favorite things about this room, so we made this our movie room because we'd always really wanted a screening room, but we weren't fancy enough to have a basement that was cool enough to turn into a screening room. This is where we watch The Last of Us. It's where Patrick plays his video games.
This room is spectacular. We love to entertain in this room.
This is Bea. She will be with us for the majority of the tour. She goes where we go. Major original feature of the house is the ironwork that's above in the vaulted ceiling and across on the banister there as well.
So we have this book that has the full collection of all the details of the house, and one of our favorite details, maybe you recognize this magazine. These photos of the house from 1925. It was built in 1924, and that is the room that we are standing in right now.
So AD, you were here almost 100 years ago.
100 years
exactly.
ago. So just recently, because of this photo from Architectural Digest 1925, we pulled these walls out and we installed these recessed shelves on both sides because that was what was original to the house. So this is new for us too, and gives us a great place to display the endless amount of stuff that we have.
Yeah, as you can see, we have a lot of things, and that's because he is a very organized Virgo and I'm a very sentimental pack rat. And then he puts them up in the most beautiful way.
Speaking of which,
these were our books that we read our vows from.
They're still in there. You'll notice all over the house, I love photography. So all these cameras have been used. They're not just props.
Patrick is an avid and amazing photographer and a camera collector. He actually knows how to use each and every one of them, which is insane to me.
This photograph is by a photographer named Edward Bertinsky, who has been one of my favorite photographers of all time. Los Angeles, above the 105-405 interchange, shot with film, which is incredibly hard to do from a helicopter. This is one of my prized possessions. I love this photograph. So Wallace Neff, the architect, is sort of famous for vaulted ceilings, big uses of wood and ironwork mixed together. Beautiful, they're like works of art.
One of the things that I really wanted to show, check this out.
There you go.
Watch my feet, watch how they move.
And pan.
One of the features that we loved was this, because we met doing theater, and this is an actual Juliet balcony. I was like, should we get this house? Should we not? And he was like, there's a balcony from which we could do theater with our kids. Mostly we've been doing dance parties here. When I was pregnant with our first daughter, Patrick DJ'd from up here with me and all my girls, desperate to try to dance her out.
Yeah.
So this is also great for dance parties.
Okay, so now we're in the kitchen, the hub of most houses, and that's definitely the same with us.
Everybody hangs in here. That's why we have so many different seating arrangements.
We love it here. We love to cook. Troy's an amazing cook.
Thanks.
We're in here every day. When I'm not working or I don't have something to put my energy into,
oh my God,
this house is my project. So I'm
many
always
projects.
One of the things we did just before you got here was put in these pendants, and I'm gonna give you a little insight. This piece of glass did not arrive until 8 p.m. last night.
The magic of AD.
Yes.
It knew you guys were gonna be here.
These shelves were another project. When we bought the house, there was nothing here.
It didn't have any storage. You could put one beautiful thing on it. Patrick was very wisely like, we need drawers.
So we built this unit here, and I had my friend Sofía design these amazing shelves, but I really wanted these lights underneath, and I was really specific about wanting the light to recess back to here. I love these shelves. It's not always the most useful to have like an open design shelf because you have to keep it really dialed in.
I used to have 2 blue French bowls that I adored until one day he told me that they were offensive to his eyes. And so for Christmas, I bought him matching white bowls so that everything could be unified.
You decide for yourself. You're looking at this shelf, okay?
What is it?
It jumps out at you.
Is it offensive? And you got a great Christmas present out of
I
it.
couldn't be happier.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You're in the kitchen, you're prepping, you're dealing with groceries, you're putting stuff away. Then you come into this space where the kids can be, all the art supplies we keep in here, hyper organized. This is important for me.
These 2 rooms is where we spend the majority of our time. And like you said, the kids can do their own thing. They can really do their own.
Oh, you want a better piece of evidence? Hey, come here.
This is our little Basquiat.
Look, that's gonna be worth something someday, I promise.
They love reading. They love doing art projects.
The whole house is alive and we can be together even if we're prepping in the kitchen and they need their own space. This feels like our home. So here we are in the dining room. My favorite thing about this is this table.
Yeah.
You can see that we have an angled wall that was, I think, part of the original house, but also got more angled in the remodel. But the people who did the remodel right before we bought the house built this table cut to the exact same specifications of the wall. So it's a little bit of an odd shape for a dining room table.
Also pretty important actually is this wall. Every place that we have lived together, Patrick really wanted to build a wood wall. We did it in our first home that we had, and we've done it in this one, an entire wood wall. We love it because it feels like a cabin or like a ship.
This piece of art, I took this picture of her sitting on the side of this lake. And then this box.
My dad gave it to me when I was 15 to house my Titanic poster.
We have fit 16 people around this table somehow. We love to host. We could put a lot of people around this table and a lot of love around this table, a lot of good food.
For sure.
So this is our staircase. We have a ton of photos. We've always tried to figure out a place in the house where we could display them. And I guess that's kind of funny because it's so traditional, right? There's a ton of memories on this wall.
Yeah.
For example, this first one here. It was a conversation we were having in Paris by note across the table from each other. Because we had gotten into a horrible fight and we didn't want to talk to one another, but we wanted to not be in a fight anymore. So we started passing notes.
As a surprise, he got it framed for me. We have a lot of pictures of our firstborn, Aurora, and we noticed that we did not have a lot of our secondborn. So Patrick did me the favor of getting a massive picture of our secondborn to put right up top, and she's stoked about it.
So right now we're in our office. Lauren's an amazing writer, so she spends a lot of time at this desk. And this room, I think, is like really representative of our creative process.
Yeah.
It's a bit messy. It's constantly changing. Inspiration's going up on this board. Before we're both kind of pack rats, but all of this stuff means something to us. So when we sit here, we feel, I think, pretty inspired.
He put up this amazing cork board, and then he was like, we are gonna put everything that inspires us
Doing a lot of custom-made woodwork too. We have a friend named Sofía Calso. Putting up a shelf like this in a normal house would feel really simple and easy, but when you're doing something like this in a house built in 1924, there's no such thing as a straight wall. Every wall has got this weird curve to it. So he'd be in here spending days making sure that everything is contoured perfectly. So we really treasure this space because we built it, we imagined it. This is one of our favorite portraits. This is like a tintype, but on glass. This is from an artist or a friend of ours named Lindsay Ross. And we're sort of obsessed with them. You'll see them all over the place.
You'll see them all over the place. This is usually where I make anybody who's my writing partner come and sit here, and they get to pet Bea while we talk.
I don't know, some offices can have a pressure to it. This feels like it's creative and fun, and you can have a friend over, you guys can sit here. I've certainly taken a nap or two on this couch. It's a really special room. This has become one of my favorite rooms in the house. Hi, we have a special guest for introducing you to our bedroom. And it took us a long time to get this space dialed in. We really needed help. Our designer, Rosa Beltran, came in and really guided this process in a major way. You close that door over there and it's like we're in an apartment. We've dialed in this bed. It's like our perfect bed now. It's a dream bed. It's so comfortable. Our dream bed. And then all the design elements were really Rosa coming in. She was in charge of all the cushions and the bedspread, and just, we found these antique side tables. We love raw wood, we love reclaimed wood. She helped us to discover pieces like this that would tie into these beautiful fixtures in the mirror and just like make the place much more relaxing in here. So here we are in the primary bathroom. We love this space, and this piece of art finally found its home. This is by a friend of mine. His work is phenomenal, and one of the real first pieces of art that we bought. So we love it here. It feels like it ties the whole room together. The shower was here before, but we turned it into a steam shower, so we had to replace all this glass. Once you have that turned on, you can just disappear into this thing.
Yeah, this place truly is a sanctuary, and it's also very lived in. I'm actually wondering when we're gonna take that down, but I'm gonna keep it up.
What,
forever.
love you the most?
He likes to leave me notes, and I never want to take them down. And this is our poof for visitors, which we bathe the girls in here sometimes too, so everybody comes in and hangs out. And I am obsessed with scents and perfumes, so you will see constant bottles everywhere. And the girls love to get into that too.
This piece over here was another big piece of work that we did. Rosa Beltran stepped in, and she found the perfect people to rebuild this, and we absolutely love it. Again, more storage. We added these pieces.
The patinaed faucets and the brass mirrors and these, because I adore
unlacquered brass. That's what we learned.
Unlacquered brass.
We learned about unlacquered brass and that we love unlacquered brass.
We learned we love it.
We are in Aurora's bedroom now. This is not Aurora, this is Elliot. We love this room. This room is something that she could adapt to and grow into. I think this is like the 5th iteration of this room. Satbir again came up with these. He works fast too. I was like, can we get some totes for Aurora's room? And like 3 days later, he showed up with these. I'm gonna bring you out onto this deck because this is kind of one of our favorite little spots. And this used to be indoors, and I think it was kind of a stroke of genius. It's like one of the few things that you could do to a Wallace Neff house that makes it more Wallace Neff by creating another beautiful outdoor space with these big ceilings and these exposed wood. And then you've got this connection to the 2 kids' bedrooms. And so it connects to Elliot's room. So I think the idea is that as they get older, they'll have a little hangout meeting space in the middle. Just kick it out there, compare notes. What do you think of this room? How do you feel? Design-wise, like where are you at with it? She's got notes. Trust me, she's got notes. The cloud walls just gives the room such a lightness, especially at night when it's really low lit. It's very, very beautiful and peaceful in here. So we just wanted this space to be really like playful and again, adaptive and have things be able to change and grow. And the most important thing is that at night, you can close the blinds in here and it's very, very peaceful for them when they sleep. And they have always slept very well in this room. So here we are in the backyard, and this is kind of the most special part of our house, and also the part that needed the most work. When we found this house, we fell in love with everything that you've already seen. This place is perfect. And then we walked through into the backyard, and it was not great. This whole piece back here was just sort of this very rough concrete. It just was like so not as beautiful. It made us think twice about maybe doing this. Eventually we said, let's go. but we knew that this was going to be like the bulk of the work that we wanted to do. And there was one man, Sean Femright, him and his team came in and just completely transformed this. He gave us this incredible fire pit and seating area, but most importantly, what he gave us were these 2 olive trees. Told us that he really felt that we needed like more shape to the garden and he needed these trees back here. We didn't understand how he was going to get them up here, and he told us that he was going to crane them in. I've never heard of craning a tree, but he organized the whole thing, and we're really happy that we invested in it. During the day, we get some good shade, and at night, it just creates this it's like you're in a cove back here. We've got these beautiful lights in the tree.
I want this garden to look like Great Expectations. I want like Miss Havisham vibes. I want everything overgrown and just like above you, plants coming in. I want you to have to like duck to get through the plants. And he brought in all of these different ivies. And he just told us that the longer we stayed in the house, the longer we loved the house, the more this ivy would grow and grow and grow. And in spring and summer, that just becomes all green. And it's my favorite part of the house.
It's really beautiful. So here we are at the pool. This is the furthest back part of the house, highest up in the backyard. This was the most recent addition. I think it was in like 1972. And so there's a part of it that also doesn't feel quite like the rest of the house. And everything that we've done here is trying to make sure that we update it, but also feels like a part of the original house. We struggled to figure out what to do specifically with what's behind you. When we bought the house, there was just this very rickety structure that was basically the same shape as this, but it didn't go as far as it would.
Yeah.
So it was like turn this into a really formal lounge space so that the pool days felt like you had a place to come in out of the sun. We love this light. This is an important part of it. Original Moroccan piece.
It creates the most beautiful pattern up here. This area is exactly what we wanted it to be. We wanted people to come up here, kids to be able to swim in the pool, and for you to just spend the whole day out here. And it really does, from like sun up to sundown. I like that feeling when our friends come over and they feel like our house is a vacation for them. Thank you so much for coming. It has been such a pleasure to host you, but
It is Sunday.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get back to Sunday stuff.
Yeah, I gotta make like 8,000 pancakes and color 2 more drawings, so. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming.
Bye.
Hello, AD. I'm RuPaul, and welcome to our crib. Now, this is our disco room. We love music, we love to dance. And you know, when I was coming up, there was always a place that said cocktails, dancing. Doesn't happen anymore. So we decided we needed a disco in our house, and this is it. There are 26 disco balls up there, and at the end down there is Hollywood Regency Dorothy Draper inspired fireplace that is one of my favorite things. And of course on the walls we have many of my favorite disco artists, some who are not so disco, but they're all beautiful and inspire us to dance and move around. This table here can be moved at any time. It's on wheels. So the idea is to have people over for a little nosh and then move the table out of the way and then have a daytime disco right in this very room. I love, love, love this room. It may be my favorite, but don't hold me to that. Now this is our kitchen. Again, it's very bold. This is a stove that is made by a French company called La Connue, and orange is my favorite color. You're gonna see a lot of orange in this house. I love these lighting fixtures right here because they remind me of those underwater scuba gear from the 30s and 40s, but they're just beautiful. I love, love, love the finish on these cabinets and the black and white. You'll see a lot of that in the house too. The floors are painted and stained in black and white, and it just makes me happy. And if you can't be happy in your own home, how the hell are you going to be happy anywhere else? Luck on you! This breakfast nook is so fabulous. So much light, so much life. And I tend to gravitate here, because it's right next to the kitchen. I love this wallpaper. And these chairs, these are designed by another really important 30s female designer, Frances Elkins. This light fixture here actually belonged to Yves Saint Laurent in the 1970s. This is such a fabulous room. I mean, there's so many places to have a meal in this house, but the whole house is designed around community. We love game nights. We love playing dirty charades, just like regular charades. You just replace one of the words with a dirty word, like poop, right? Poops, I did it again. You get the picture. This is what we call our dining pavilion. Now, it was inspired by an Elizabeth Taylor film called Boom. A lot of people may not have seen that film, but she used a room similar to this as her card room. Boom was an adaptation of a Tennessee Williams play. I love the stripes. You know, we live in Hollywood. We live in show business, so we're not afraid of texture and color and bold statements. You know, this may not be for everybody, but it's perfect for us. In fact, okay, I'm gonna go on record. This may be my favorite room, but don't hold me to it because we're not finished with the tour. Welcome to my office. It's like living in my own personal Hermes box. There's lots of orange. This is where all my Emmy Awards are. And it reminds me of an office that Joan Collins would enjoy. When I was 34, I realized that orange was my favorite color because of the way it makes me feel. So I implore all of you out there watching to find what your favorite color is based on how you feel and live in it. And that's what I do in this office. Love it. Now this is my walk-in men's closet. We took 2 bedrooms and turned it into my closet, and I've got everything in here. It's kind of like a historical artifact. Every shopping trip I've ever gone on, even Little John's, are documented right here in this very room. It's very emotional for me to be in here. Because I'm like, oh, I remember I wore that on the episode where, or, oh, right, I bought that at this little boutique in France. It is one of my favorite places because I love color and I love clothes. So having this 2 bedrooms turned into 1 closet is just perfection. So much storage space, so many textures and colors. It just makes me happy. And listen, if you're gonna be on this planet, why not be happy? Why not live in a place that makes you happy? And that's what this place does. Now, this piece in particular is special because it's a sewing box, and it was owned by the one and only Anne Margaret, which is pretty special. Now, this centerpiece, this island, is covered in black agatha, which is a Brazilian stone, and it's huge. 1 piece of black agatha. She sounds familiar. I think I know her. Now we wanted the back garden area to have space for people and parties and pool and possibly even do shows. You know, if we put a little slab up over the jacuzzi, we could have chairs out here and have a show up there or project a movie up there. It's all about being able to stay in one place and enjoy where we are. Also, if you see at the very top of this hill, there is a structure where you could do yoga or meditate or just welcome the sunshine with a cup of coffee. Really comfortable, not fussy, easy breezy, but it's also pretty decadent. It's very Pompeii. Now, this here is the office workspace. This is the heartbeat of my operation. I love just the mix between wild energy and then the classics. I love that juxtaposition. What better place to be creative and be inspired than a room filled with leopard print? This is our living room, and we've given our decorator, Martin Lawrence Ballard, full reign. Now, Martin was inspired by great lady designers of the 30s and 40s, like Dorothy Draper and Elsie DeWolf. Jewel tones, which I love, so much light coming in here. And of course, you see all of the Hollywood Regency style that is so much fun. You know, there's so much of the modern stuff around LA. We wanted to go more of the classic, and that's why this room is so lovely and so beautiful. This house is a working house. You know, I work here in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is a company town. So this house needed to work for me with clothes, entertaining, office space. George and I are very tall, so we needed some place that had tall ceilings, and this fits the bill. This is the epicenter right here. This is the mother lode. This is the drag archives. Jewelry, shoes, gowns, you name it. It's all right here. In fact, some things, I'm looking at these cuff bracelets here that I've had since 1993. And obviously there are newer things that I just bought last week, or that Zaldi, who designs all my costumes, put together just last week. It's pretty amazing. It's kind of like a museum, but even better, as I said earlier, this is a working house. So I was in drag last night shooting, and you know, it makes it so easy to just come down here and find exactly what I'm looking for. It couldn't be easier. Now, of course, right next door is the glam room where I get to get in drag, and mirrors there, makeup, everything is right there. Jewels in here, shoes, gowns. Look at these chandeliers. Look at these beautiful light fixtures. It makes you want to be as beautiful as they are. So, you know, you come down here and you want to make yourself beautiful. You want to try on everything. You actually want to lick everything. But I don't advise that. Okay, so listen, we've been throughout the whole house. I'm gonna say it, this is my favorite room. You know, the kid in me has always loved color and shiny and outrageous and texture. That's what makes drag so important. That's what makes drag so much fun to do. For anybody out there who's never done drag, I am telling you now, get yourself in a pair of pumps, wig, some very colorful eye makeup, and wait and see what emerges, because there's a superhero in you that is just dying to get out. It's like these jewels where you shine a light on it in a different way and it turns into something completely different. That's what we're doing here. That's what this house is. This house is the manifestation of my drag ideal, where it's color and expansive and fun, disco, all the things that make life worth living. You have to find the joy. You have to create the joy. Honestly, the hardest part is focusing on the joy in your life, because we all know there are so many awful things that are around. Why not make your home a beautiful, joyous place to live in? Well, thanks for stopping by. You're welcome anytime. Psych.
Hello, AD.
Hello, AD.
I'm John Legend.
I'm Chrissy Teigen.
Welcome to our home.
Welcome.
Our designer's name is Jake Arnold.
We love him.
Sometimes people who are really creative and good at the creative stuff aren't good at the business side of things, but I feel like Jake is the... Hi, Pearl.
Hi, Pearl. Hi, my love. This is my baby Pearl.
She likes to cuddle with Mama on the couch.
Insane, but she loves to cuddle. This is my Instagram story room. Everyone's always like, you never leave this couch.
We live here. This is the living room. You know, and some people, their living room is more like a showpiece. and they spend all the time in the den or the family room. But we're actually in the living room quite a lot. We sit here and watch reality TV. We cook right there in the kitchen. And since the kitchen and the living room are so close, I think that's why we spend so much time here, because we're always cooking. She likes to be in the same space as our guests, same space as the family.
Which is why we have 3 or 4 different versions of these cushions. Because, yeah, basically my butt leaves a mark for long enough. And the dogs don't help, and the babies spit up.
Yes.
And the kids jumping back and forth. I will say, like, this is a very kid-proof house. People are always scared to bring their kids over. They're like, no, they're gonna jump on everything. I'm like, look at this, it's chaos. Hey!
Our living room is very lived in.
And we actually use some outdoor fabrics for
Yes.
our indoor couches.
Some of our fabrics are outdoor because they are tougher and they can take more crap that our kids put on it.
And piss, dog piss.
Yes, that too.
There's a lot of dog piss here.
So our TV cabinet is pretty cool. It stays open most of the time because we're usually watching
Yeah,
TV
it's never closed.
in this room, but the TV comes out, watch this,
Look
and
at
then
that.
you can swivel it to face the living room more or face the kitchen more. So if Chrissy wants to watch Real Housewives and make dinner, then we can turn it toward the kitchen.
You mean watch the New York Times?
Watch? You mean watch Reader's Digest? We're in the kitchen.
We are in the heartbeat of our home. Obviously, we spend so much time in here. You can watch TV from here. It's a fully functional working kitchen.
Yes.
I think like when we go to other people's homes, we're like, oh my God, you can tell that when they don't use it. Or you stay at an Airbnb or something, you're like, oh, these people don't use their kitchen.
Yes.
We really use the shit out of this kitchen. Honestly, we have all 4 ovens going quite often.
Yeah, so we actually have 2 down here, 2 over there, and then we have a microwave over there and an espresso machine. We are literally using all these things all the time. We're doing big meals, having friends over.
Yeah.
We have Thanksgiving here, Christmas here. We do everything. We always wanted to have a home where it would be like an open door for our friends and family.
What we love about it too is it's not really precious. This can take such a beating. I mean, we normally have a cutting board on here that everyone sees my kids on top of, all these burners going. I will say it has a very sensitive fire alarm.
Oh yeah, our smoke alarm is sensitive.
For anything.
So we had to make
Keeps
sure
us
this
safe,
hood,
though.
it was good because
Yes.
it's trying to keep us safe, I understand. But I wish it would try
It's going
a
too
little
hard.
less.
It's going too hard.
Try a little less.
Have some faith in us that we would wake up.
So we're in the piano bar. This is the room where sometimes I'll write music, sometimes Luna will take piano lessons. The chandelier was designed by Allison Berger. It has my lyrics from my first couple albums etched in those wine glasses up there. And then we have a record player that's in this beautiful gold cabinet. There's also actually a TV in there, a LG like roll-up TV.
We're a TV household. We have a TV in every
We
room.
have TVs everywhere. And then of course we have some of our awards up here. Chrissy's Glamour Woman of the Year, my Grammy, Emmy, Oscar, Tony things, Chrissy's Mac and Cheese Award.
This is, to me, this is the...
That was what we did during our first holiday special we did
Yes.
together.
Oh, I also got a Glammy Award for the best chair sitter from my glam squad because I never move. I'm just really good at getting my hair and makeup done.
It's new. I just made it up for this.
Oh my God.
We sometimes stay at Kelly Worcster's house. She's a great designer and she has a Malibu house and it has a tree like right in the living room kitchen area, and we were like, we want a tree inside our house too. So this tree actually is an olive tree that used to be alive for real, but it's not alive now. And so we like literally dug 6 feet deep, put the roots down, put this tree here, not ourselves.
Yeah, we did it.
And it has silk leaves that don't fall down. They're attached to the tree, and it still looks and feels real, but it's not alive. It was formerly alive. And
We embalmed it.
we embalmed it, basically.
Around it, we have this beautiful.
This is a custom designed
Yeah.
kind of gold ring around the tree.
It's our Christmas tree during Christmas time, so we put the presents underneath it here. The kids will cut out little shapes and we'll hang it from the leaves, and we'll put twinkling lights in it around the holidays, and it's just such a centerpiece. Obviously, it just makes us feel more connected to the earth, and just to like have it kind of flow from inside to outside is beautiful.
So now we're in the dining room, which not really a room, it's just all part of the great room, but this is where we would have formal dining, but we almost never have formal dining.
Never. Actually, my Girl Scouts sit here.
The Girl Scouts sit here. Chrissy's a Girl Scout troop leader, believe it or not. Yes, she is, and she's so good at it. She's like always coming up with cool ideas for the Girl Scouts and
I think aside from Thanksgiving, the only thing I've done here is have my Girl Scouts gathered around
Yes.
it and making dirt cups.
Yeah, but this table is just beautiful. It's the heaviest table you could possibly imagine. It takes like an army to move it. So we're never gonna move it after this.
No.
Like, it's just gonna stay here forever. This used to actually be a full wall with a fireplace, and we didn't like it. The fireplace felt like a little too fake and cheesy. We decided to make it 2 pillars instead, and we put this beautiful, based on Chrissy's idea, put this beautiful art installation.
I did ketamine, and I basically was like therapeutic ketamine.
Yes.
Like, a therapy.
Doctor supervised.
Doctor supervised. And I came home and I was like, wouldn't it be so amazing if we had 2 beautiful butterfly wings that were holding our house up? So this is Jake's interpretation of the butterfly wings.
They're kind of like butterflies, flowers, but each wing/petal was installed one by one.
Hand painted each one, like if
Yeah.
you touch them, they move a little bit. I mean, they're so delicate, and somehow they haven't been hurt yet at all.
I think because our kids can't really reach them that well.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. This is Luna's bedroom, guys, and how cool is this bedroom? We just kind of gave Jake some vague notes about how we wanted the kids' rooms to look, and when he came back with drawings of like what they were actually gonna look like, I was like, this is beyond anyone's wildest dreams of what their bedroom should look like. She has a slide that she goes both up and down.
Yes, mostly up these days.
Yeah.
A little kitchen with her easy bake oven, a little swinging couch. She has a little beautiful nook up here that her and Miles will have little sleepovers in. That's the bed where Manny and Amelia Bedelia book are read.
Yeah, we read a lot of stories over there.
And then we put up all those little, those star stickers, the glow-in-the-dark stickers and stuff together.
1, 2, 3. Say, hey guys, this is my room.
Hey guys, this is my room.
Miles loves cars, if you can't tell. The centerpiece is, of course, the Jeep bunk bed. And then Miles has like a cave over here where he can read. And then it has just a whole play area up here too.
There's a little climbing wall in the corner where he can climb up that way to get up on the second little story of his nook and his cave. Good storage for all of his dinosaurs. So many dinosaurs.
And giraffes.
They love looking down from the net that's up here. And then you can see the kids when they come up on top here.
Jake did a good job.
Jake did a good job, he said.
I think the headline of this story is, Jake did a good job.
Miles, that was so sweet.
Okay, so we're in the theater now, and we actually don't watch a lot in here, but the kids do. They watch like Scooby-Doo in here, and then sometimes we'll have like a movie night in here.
Because we like to jump here.
Yeah, it's really easy place to jump and not get hurt, and Miles loves it. Look at him.
What I love about this room is it's plush, it's feminine, it's beautiful.
And it's stylish too.
It's stylish, it's cool. We like to be in here. It's just a beautiful, beautiful room.
We normally have a nacho machine here. Can you show them the cheese?
I do have the cheese, actually.
We have cheese. We have
bags of
manufactured cheese.
So much manufactured cheese for it. So if you
100% organic.
You stick the tube in the cheese bag, pop it in the warmer, hit the button, the cheese comes out. I even bought, actually, sour belts, Swedish fish, everything's underneath here. Even though we have all this, our kids are really good about not wanting it.
Not overindulging. Like, they don't
Yeah.
come and ask us for candy all the time. They're good about it. And they eat their normal meal. Miles still doesn't eat vegetables, but we're working on it.
One day, buddy.
One day. One day. So now we're in the family room, and this room is where, if we're gonna have a big group over to watch anything that we wanna watch, whether it's like the big game, the big reality show finale.
Just last night we had about 40 people crammed in here on the couch, on the floor, pizza all over the table. It makes me so happy to see everybody gathered around one space.
We wanted this space just to be cozy. You see this massive couch. It like just looks welcoming. And so we just get in here. It's really casual. Everything's low to the ground. And we just hang out in here.
I will
and
say
watch
this
what we're gonna
couch was creamed just a couple months ago, which we loved, but I thought it was a little too clean looking.
Yes.
We wanted to bring a little like funk into the house and a little pattern action and character and fun and anything coming out of this. We've spilled red wine, we've spilled everything.
It's
on
a
it.
very durable
It is
fabric.
very durable.
And we love the pillows. Oh my God, these pillows are so gorgeous. This print, Jake picked this out and showed it to us, and we were like, yes, that's the one. How much Bravo is watched in here?
I'm not joking. So if I wake up at 9, I guess 9 to like when I go to bed 10, it's always playing in the background.
It's part of the like tapestry of the home, like the fabric of the home.
Yeah.
It's part of our background.
Yeah.
It's always happening.
Yeah, the kids see it and they hear it and they know that
Mommy's watching her Bravo.
Mommy's watching her Bravo, and you shouldn't fight like this. We say this fighting isn't good.
Yes, don't be like them.
It's a teaching tool.
This is the most magical powder room I could imagine.
It's so beautiful.
It's so beautiful. It's all the same stone all throughout. So the sink, the walls, everything. It's just all this beautiful stone. These sconces are vintage, and it's a vibe in here. Don't you want to move into this powder room?
There's no better place to take a shit.
Mm-hmm.
It just really isn't.
Yeah.
You know?
This is where the magic happens.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're in the backyard. We've got a pool, we've got Miles, we've got AstroTurf, we got a water slide over there, a little play structure for the kids.
AstroTurf? No one says AstroTurf. Say
People that watch, people that go out watching football, that was like what they called it.
We have turf. It gets really, really hot back here. When the sun is up, I don't even know the upkeep it would take to take grass. Plus, we have so many animals, so it would just be a lot, and we discovered that it's much easier to maintain.
Turf. We have a little garden back here. We have barbecue over there, so if we were having a party, obviously the party flows in and out. So it's in the living room, but it's out here too. When we have big game parties, Super Bowl parties, the water slide is fun. It's a hit with the kids. So this is where we sleep. This is where...
John on the couch. Me on the bed.
If I'm in trouble, this is where I sleep.
Oh, please. It's such a joke amongst married people, but we have
That's
never
like a
done
sitcom
couching.
trope.
If anything, I used to book a room at the Bowery.
Hey. In New York? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm booking a room at the Bowery.
I'm like out of here. I don't do the couch. Not anymore. This is actually my therapy area. So my therapist comes in twice a week, sits on this chair, and I lay here. And it's exactly what you would imagine. I lay here and just...
Talk about life.
Talk about life.
So this room, like, obviously it's like very warm and earth tony, and we just want it to feel like super cozy and not too bright, everything muted and chill. This table is actually really cool. We've had this table since our first place we did with AD.
Love that home so much.
Yes.
It was like our little...
It was our little 3-bedroom Oasis, and this is one of the only pieces that is still with us from that home.
Love that house. This is our bathroom.
Chrissy likes to do bath time with the kids.
I do bath time with the kids. I don't do solo baths. There is a TV in here. And so if I must, there's a TV everywhere, I'm telling you. If I must, I will sit maybe 5-10 minutes, quick rinse, watch Bravo. But me and all the kids will pile in here. They love doing like a family bath with me. And we sit in here, we do a big bubble bath. How Miles, how much do you love bath? You love baths.
He loves bath times with Mama especially.
He brings all of his cars. What else?
Dinosaurs. And dinosaurs.
Yeah. Into the bathtub.
Our shower's great. Good pressure.
Pressure.
That's all you need.
Yes.
Really, having a great shower is all about pressure. In this space where we are now, there was both a his and hers bathroom and a his and hers closet. We thought that was a little redundant. And so we did really big closet together and then one nice sized bathroom together. We don't need to be separated. It feels very like Victorian or something. Okay, AD, I think we got some TV to watch, a robe to put on. You can go home.
Bye, sorry.
Take care.
We've loved having you. Bye.
Hey, AD. Ray Romano here. Welcome to my house in the desert. This is where I come to get away and hide out. Obviously, it's not working well because you're all here. But come on in, you're here. Let's go. Okay, Anna, come on out. People are here. This is AD.
Hi.
Say hi, AD.
Welcome to our house.
Yeah, you don't have to be that friendly.
This is the great room, TV room, whatever you want to call it.
The interior designer that we used was a man called Nate Berkus. I'm sure many of you know who he is. My wife knew who he was and kind of had a crush on him. Still does.
So we told him we wanted something comfortable, large enough for our family and not to feel extravagant.
Yes, cozy was my word. Cozy. I had one word input, cozy.
We want to be able to hang out, watch TV at night, and if I'm in the kitchen, it's joined together and we can all be together.
We want to be able to be here.
He doesn't step in the kitchen.
Yes, but I want to be able to just go, is it ready yet? And not have to, step away from the football game. And we have 4 kids, 3 boys, so football's a big part of it.
And a girl.
We have a girl. Yeah, we'll talk about her later. Me and the boys were Jet fans. We watch together, we cry together if you're a Jet fan. And I was told about this area from a fellow golfer. And I just loved it. I love that it's this little oasis kind of, you feel like you're in another place. And I told my wife about it. She fell in love with it. And 8 years later, we have this house here. Yeah.
This is our gorgeous kitchen with our beautiful oak cabinets, my idea.
Oak, yes. I wanted maple.
I plan to do my Italian Sunday dinner here. Meatballs, tomato sauce.
I don't cook anything.
He does not cook anything.
No, eggs, I cook
maybe
eggs. Eggs, yes.
He plays dumb a lot too, so that's why, right?
Some of it isn't playing. Yeah. When the house fills up with our 4 kids and maybe a couple friends, it's a little chaotic, but a lot would be on the island.
Well, that's why we wanted a big island, because we have a lot of stools and everybody can sit around here.
And hopefully, grandkids soon.
Yeah, so we built this for future grandchildren.
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll see this at some point. And no, this is all for them. They're not here yet. They're not even twinkles in anyone's eyes.
Yes, but 2 of our kids are engaged to get married.
Yeah.
And I told them I'm putting a prize, a bounty out for the first grandkid. I'm going to college tuition, although we're going to do that anyway.
Yeah, we're going to do that anyway.
So maybe, I don't know.
They're not going to go to college. Neither did their parents.
Oh, God.
Who are we kidding?
Okay, so we are in the dining room, which, by the way, if we're going to be honest, we haven't used this yet. Yeah. We're waiting to christen this room, and we're going to have, we may do a Thanksgiving here, we may do something here.
That's why the chairs are still pristine.
The chairs are still clean.
They won't be soon.
Just one dinner is all it's going to take. That we're going to have to throw these out.
Can we show you these
lovely Art Deco garden gates. So Nate brought these for us, and when I had first seen them, I was a little taken aback, but I believed in him, so we totally went with his vibe, and look how gorgeous they look. I love them. They're actually one of my favorite pieces in this whole house.
Not cheap either, Nate. Not cheap at all, Nate. Thank you very much, but now I got to do Ice Age 6.
So right now we're on our patio, the pool, dining, our lovely seating area. We wanted it to be large enough so we could have a ton of people out here, because that's our plan, is to have friends and everybody just come and visit. We have this lovely fire pit, hot tub, and we love the little tanning shelf over there, so you can sit in the water in the heat and also get some sun.
What's cool is this is the golf course. So when I drive by here, you know, I text Anna and I say, hey, we're coming by.
Yeah, and
she says, okay, and that's it. I have two favorite parts. I love the whole house, but if I have to pick two favorite, one is the bunk bedroom, which I can show you later, and the other is this little cool putting green over here. So come on. There's the fire pit with some strange balls in there. Sometimes at night I just wonder if they're gonna hatch. It's not a big putting green, it's a small one, but that's okay. You can still work on like a 15, 20-foot putt. Done.
So this is our primary bedroom.
Yes, it is. The one input I had, one of the few inputs, I want the TV close. I like to pop up, so this pops up. So that's important. And then one of the best things is, talk about pop-ups, is you're laying in bed and you're looking at these shades and you're like, well, this is not a very inspiring shot to wake up to. But then you push this button and it slowly reveals why this kind of whole thing is worth it.
It's gorgeous.
I don't use the word gorgeous, really, but I'll make an exception.
You have to. Look at this.
It's gorgeous.
It's gorgeous. I'll be having my morning coffee out there.
Yes, I don't drink
And
coffee.
Ray will be golfing, so I'll be out there by myself.
Well, if it's early, I'll be stretching and then putting my eczema cream on, you know.
No, don't cut that part.
But I do like this paint. I guess you call it a painting?
Yeah,
But
artwork.
Artwork, because if you get a look of it, I think of it as it's a smile. Somebody's just smiling, right?
Oh, I like that.
You never thought of that,
No, I
right?
did not think of that. And you've never shared that.
I've never shared it with you. I keep a lot of things inside. We're in the bathroom.
Primary
bathroom.
bathroom.
We're over here. Look how big it is.
I know, you could really have a dance party in here, but it's beautiful.
Walk in and shower. I like this. I never close the door the whole way. It's because I'm afraid I might get stuck.
Great.
And soap on a rope. Huh? It's a throwback.
You gotta have that.
It's a throwback. But come on.
So I love all the light fixtures in this home. Nate and his team did a great job. These are actually new, but the vanity lights are 1970s. And
Is that antique? Is that considered antique?
I think so.
That means
Vintage.
That means we're antique.
We're very
'cause we
antique.
were born before that.
Yeah. Vintage. We'll go with vintage.
And look at these two little kids. Stupid kids didn't know
That's
what the hell they were doing.
When we were probably 23. I was 23.
And you're saying, what am I doing with this guy? And I'm just saying, where do you see the house you're going to get to build?
But look at the perm, guys.
Perm,
Okay,
that's
put it back.
antique.
Put it back.
Perm. Right now we are in, and this is, I'm being totally serious, my favorite room in the house. And it was inspired by when we went to Sundance for the film festival. And the kids, they were adults, had a bunk bed room that they were in. And it was not your typical bunk bed. It was big bunk beds that were built into the wall. And I told Anna, when this house was getting built, we
That
must
was
have
one of your other directions.
We have to have a bunk bed room. It has to be the same style. It's young, you know, it brings back
Fun memories
the memory.
of your bunk bed? You didn't have bunk beds growing up.
No, but I read about them. But when I do come here, when you're not here, the couple times I came, I sleep right here. Because look, you're in here. First of all, how cozy is this? Second, look at this here. You put your book, you put your medication, whatever you got. You put your little drink. Anything you need there. What?
You have your dirty shoes on the bed.
Okay, sorry, I'm just making a point. Making a point. All right, we're in the home theater. This is another top of the list. It's not the, bunk bed's number one, but this is right up there. I mean, we started out with a big couch on the first level, footrest, and all these reclining chairs in the back, a little place for the drinks and the whatnot. And, it's a great place. Let's say you want to watch a movie like Somewhere in Queens. I don't know. It's I'm just throwing out there a movie that is a great little family movie and, is now on Hulu, but if you wanted to watch it on here, you watch it on here. I don't know. We're a big movie family, but we're also the family that comes in and says, okay, what do we watch? And 40 minutes later, we're like, all right, I gotta go to bed.
We don't watch.
I gotta go to bed.
We scroll and scroll and scroll. Look at the beautiful light fixtures. They're like little jewelry all around. And I love these little lamps too. I don't know what they are, but I love them all.
Here's the perfect day. You go out, you play golf and you have your friends over, and you guys go to the spa or whatever. We meet, we have a great dinner. Then we have what I call the perfect cozy evening. You come in here, you watch a movie, it's so cozy, it's warm. You kind of fall asleep. You go in the cozy bunk bed room, and you go to bed, and you dream of bubblegum and lollipops.
There you go. The perfect day.
No sex.
Who knew?
There's no sex in there, of course.
So this space was originally going to be to watch movies and his football, whatever you call it, football day. But then we decided to do a little home theater. So this is really just like a lounge.
These are for the people who couldn't get into the theater. Yeah.
They didn't make the cut.
Yes.
But this is also like video games. We have drinks, and this is our candy drawer. This is my favorite type of candy, chewy candy.
Right.
Yeah.
It's our little snack place in the movie theater. Get your drinks in here, play a little shuffleboard. You guys all know this game. There you go, that's actually pretty good. And that's actually pretty good.
Oh.
Anyway, obviously I'm a natural.
Oh, not my game.
We are in right now the casita.
Casita, yep.
Casita, which belongs to our daughter, our oldest child, the only girl, Queen Alexandra, we call her. But she requested a place away from the smelly boys, I believe is how she put it.
When we were designing this room, I had her feedback. She did have a lot to say, and
she always has a lot.
She has a lot to say. She's actually one of our kids that actually talks to us.
She talks.
The other ones are quiet. So she also liked vintage items. So we have this lovely Swedish lantern lamp. The chairs are from the 1800s. We just put new leather on them. These lamps we loved.
I knew this was vintage. This kind of looks like, what the weapon the gladiators would swing around when they fought the other guy. So all our kids are good kids.
They are.
And, Allie is a very hard worker, overachiever. So we're happy to spend a lot of money on her.
Thanks, AD, for stopping by.
It was fun. Now beat it.
Come back anytime.
I'm sure she's going to yell at me because I must have said something wrong.
Everyone always tries to act so cool when I'm so excited you're here. Hi, AD. I've been waiting to do this forever. Come inside. My name's Benny Blanco. I don't know what else to say. Bye. Not bye. Hello. We are in, I guess this is called like a living room. I don't know. I call this a listening room. I love this room because you kind of just melt into this couch. We made this couch. You can actually just fall back into this thing and fully submerge yourself and sink into the moment. You can fit like comfortably 15 people on this couch in various positions and in this position. And these speakers are these really old speakers that they had in a club called The Loft in like the 70s. And my friends got them for me as a gift. I play music really loud in here, and I like to just melt away at the beginning and end of the day. I had a dream, and I dreamt of this like big onyx box that I was walking towards that was like illuminated. I remember asking a friend who like fabricates a lot of this stuff for me. I was like, hey, can this be made? And apparently it can be made, and it was made. And my ideal time is when it's raining. I have this little globe on, and I have like a beautiful record on and copious amounts of marijuana. I'm so embarrassed to hear my own music. I also have another thing where the second I write something, I actually can never play it again. I kind of just sit there and make it all happen on the spot when nobody's around. So no, I won't play. To me, this room has like so many powerful pieces of art in it. This one is Picasso, and then that one's Martin Wong. I just feel like there's so much energy in this room. Oh my God, I sound like one of those people. Oh my God, that's crazy. I'm not one of those people. I'm not like, there's not like a crystal at my butt right now. I really do believe in like energy of like artwork and music and places, and I don't know, it makes me feel good when I'm in this room and I can kind of just like forget about the outside world for a second and then be flooded with anxiety the second I leave this room. But for now, whee! All right, guys, we're in my dining room. I felt like I wanted to be like an adult in here. I wanted to be like regal. I wanted there to be like gold and it to be opulent. The truth of the matter is, nobody ever goes in this room, ever. The only time I ever go in is to grab bottles and bring them out. You know when you're a kid and like you go to your grandma's house and she has like the couch with like the laminate over it? That's what this room is. I've never go in this room. You gotta check this one thing out. This is amazing. So my friend made this sculpture and everyone thinks it's real. It looks like it's just a bag of money, but it's actually made of wood. This is a chair my friend made out of bread. And you can sit in it. I'm scared to sit in it, but you can sit in it. So this is by a guy named George Condo. The painting's actually called The Musician. I kind of think it looks like me. I just like having art all over the house because I don't know what emotion the person had when they were making it, but I see certain things when I walk past it and it might inspire me and I might look at it differently another day and be like, holy shit, like I never noticed that one like stroke there or like that imperfection right there. I don't know, makes me happy. I really care about the whole bar setup. I'm the type of person, people come over, I wanna entertain. My girlfriend actually only drinks one drink, no matter what. It's just vodka, ginger beer, and lime. Now I have like different like Amaros. This one's insane. This one tastes like chocolate. This is, a man makes this in LA. You want a sip? It tastes really good. I'm the type of person where when a friend comes over to my house and they're like, oh, I really love this one Amaro. The next time they come, I try to make sure that there's like a bottle ice cold waiting for them. And honestly, I either want to be like a gentleman or be like I'm in a frat house and be taking like Jello shots out of someone's stomach. There's one small thing about this room. The second you sit on this couch, it is impossible to get up. There's a lot of people with children who bring their children to the house, nieces and nephews, and we have a lot of play dates. And I like a stuffed animal, so everyone does. Everyone likes a stuffy. I hate when you go into someone with like a nice house and it like doesn't feel lived in. I remember having the thought when I first got this house where I was just like, I want every room to be a spot where it's someone's favorite room. I wanted it to be so comfy. So if something gets spilled on or lost, it doesn't matter to me. I just want people to be able to walk in and feel at peace and feel like they can be their youngest self here and just like let loose. I got this whole wall of like tchotchkes that was basically designed for a child to grab something and throw it against the wall and break it into a million pieces and then me be disappointed in them. Oh my God, wait, you know what's one of my favorite things? Okay, this one, you know who this is? It's junior soprano. My friend made this out of clay. It looks like it's gonna be like wet, but it's not. This thing's like 6 years old. But I love this. This is one of my favorite things in here. My friend Will made this. Will Child. Good night, Uncle Junior. This is my kitchen, guys. This is where it all goes down. Honestly, this is the room we spend the most amount of time in. I'm cooking. There's 50 people in here. Sometimes people sit and we eat on top of this thing while people are over here. I find that cooking and sharing these experiences with friends. Oh, look at this. Little place right here. I actually have a cookbook coming out. This book is about like really throwing like the best dinner party and bringing all your friends together. And I like to bring people from all walks of life. There might be like a 75-year-old man sitting next to a young man who's just taken like toad venom for the first time. And he's like trying to find himself this evening next to like my mom wearing like a bedazzled shirt that says like bada bing on it or something. And then like SZA's like singing a song in the other room. And I find like just bringing all different people together to have an amazing time with food. Food is like the best lubricant to like talk to someone. And then my friend, Jonas Wood, his children made these plates of meat. They look insane. I look insane. I look so crazy. These actually kind of look exactly like me. I have this thing that, I mean, if this drops, it could sever your arm in half. I kind of have like a grocery store down here. I got everything down here. You guys probably shouldn't come down. See? You guys can't fit in here. It's amazing. There's all sorts of stuff you want. One time, one of my friends tumbled down this and was on the injured reserve list for like 3 to 6 weeks. Come down at your own discretion. This is my room. Usually this room is all like white and cream based. If you look around, there's no paintings in this like main part of the room because I need all distractions away when I'm sleeping. Don't most people say like this is where the magic happens and stuff? That's stupid, AD. That's what they say on Crips. No one says that on AD, right? AD's classy. We would never talk about magic happening in here. This is one of my little favorite benches. You know, sometimes I just sit here and like, I might like kick my feet up. And now look at me, I'm underneath this chandelier. This feels like an important time in history right now. Just sitting here, me and you, we're in the room. Something could happen. It wouldn't be magic. All right, guys, we're in my closet. Now, a lot of you might not know this, but depending on what I'm wearing, they actually change the color of the carpet and all of the cabinets every day. So I happen to be wearing pink today. So we went with the pink room. I honestly spend so much time in here. People come in here and we kind of just like will drink and hang out because it's the softest carpet. Put your feet on, you feel it? Yeah, it's a soft carpet. My stylist happens to be my friend since I was 13 years old. So her name's Chloe. She actually made this entire thing I'm wearing right now, and out of like old bed sheets from France. Look, I'm not afraid to wear a heel. This is a beautiful heel. Like, I want to be dainty sometimes, and I could use the extra inches. I'm very small. I like these. Look at these. Ooh, are you kidding me? Nice little, I almost don't want to touch them. You could lick the bottom. I love this room. It's also one of my favorite rooms in the house. This shower is actually a full steam shower. It's so big. My friend Dave, he's probably gonna kill me for this, but anytime he comes over and we're like, we have to go to something together and we're in a hurry, we just shower together because there's 2 separate showers. You can mind your P's and Q's in there. You could turn on a steam. It's warm. Who doesn't want to talk when they're in the shower? You want a friend next to you. You want to be able to talk and have fun. We're outside. I feel like I've said this 100 times. I think I like my house because most of the areas are my favorite areas. This is one of my favorite areas. I stay in this pool for minimum 6 hours at a time on the weekend. You know when you went into a baby pool where like it was just filled with piss? That's exactly the temperature I like to keep this at. We always have parties, we're barbecuing, we're grilling. We're constantly in a flow of like pool, jacuzzi, sauna, cold plunge if you're not scared. I'm scared a lot. Everybody's all into the cold plunge now. You're not a professional athlete. Like, getting in a cold plunge for like 6 minutes a day, like, isn't gonna help you write like 12 emails faster. Like, relax. It's freezing. Nobody likes it. I get in every once in a while if I'm really hungover. Over there, that's like my personal oasis. That's where I like to have all my meals. Even if there's not enough seats and we have like 15 people, we're all crowded around there, we're eating. My favorite place though, besides that to eat, is I usually feed everyone while they're in the pool, and everyone like lines up on this area, but we're trying to be a little bit civilized. We go over there. This is where it goes down, guys. We have a pizza oven. We love making pizza. We love doing like Middle Eastern nights. We're making like pitas, and also like Indian nights with naan, and everyone will gather around here and we'll all put the pizzas in together, take them out. Honestly, it's just different places in my house for people to gather around and eat. Isn't that what life's all about? Basically, a few years ago, my friend Scott and I started putting together a garden. I wanted to eat like what I grew. And in the time that we did that, we're always giving back and finding ways to do cool things with interesting charities. And my friend Maggie Baird has a charity called Support and Feed. We linked up and we basically deliver all the vegetables from my gardens to different food deserts in the LA area. We do it every single week, and we get to feed people who are less fortunate and don't have access to like incredible, healthy, fresh vegetables. We're out in my guest house that I turned into a movie theater. I did this with my friend Keith, and this is, it's home. It's the best. This room, we watch movies in here. It's a black hole. One might stay here for 2 to 7 business days. Everything's made out of velvet. It feels like you're in like a 70s porno. I love it. And then when I was a little kid, I always wanted a candy room. And now I got one. Now we have every type of candy you could ever think of. You know, we got the M&Ms, we got the Reese's, we got the peanut butter M&Ms, we got the Skittles. Wait, I think they took Skittles away because they like kill you or something. It makes me like them even more. Oh my God. We got so many candies from different countries over here. You know, I collect these. This one's blowfish flavor. This ping pong table, me and my brother have had a feud over ping pong for 30 years. Unfortunately, I've never beaten him in my entire life. It doesn't even mean that he's necessarily better than me. He's just in my head. He owns my head, rent free, and I can't get out of it. And we've had near fist fights over ping pong. All right, AD, who's ready to play some ping pong? AD, thank you guys for coming over. I know I'm supposed to kick you out, but I actually don't have anything to do right now, so I don't, you probably do. I love you guys. Goodbye.
Hi, Edie. This is Sonam, and welcome to my Mumbai home. Come on in. Actually, welcome back. This is the second time we're doing this. So this is my little meeting room, my desk. It doesn't usually have these kind of flowers and all on it, but I obviously did up my room and my house a little bit because you guys are like coming and I just wanted it to look nice. You see those glass paintings, these are all like when China was trading with the Mughal rulers at that point, they used to come and do these little Chinese glass paintings of the Mughals. Very few queens and princesses were painted. And these are all the Chinese glass paintings that I have of that time, which I thought was really beautiful. This is a pichwai. A pichwai is a craft that is in India, which I'm sure everybody knows about. And this is all painted on a fabric. And so everything that I have in this house is kind of collected over time. And I don't want to spend too much time in each room because I can go on and on talking about the room.
So welcome to my living room. This is where I do the most entertaining and hanging out and where all my friends come. This is one of my favorite rooms that I've ever lived in. It's everything. These are like all my fantasies come to life. The reason I went so Indian and so maximalist, I just wanted a lot of layers, was because this was a very new building. I just got really overwhelmed by coming to this like very modern building, and I was like, how do I make it like nostalgic to who I am? And I just went mad. Every wall over here is hand painted. So it's very rare to find like double heighted ceilings in flats in Mumbai, and I was like really lucky to have this. We bought these Naga pieces which added the drama and accentuated these ceilings a lot, and this is a piece of art that makes me really proud. This is a Jamebar shawl. It's very, very old. This was gifted to me by my mother. I use it as a throw, and sometimes when I'm cold, I pick it up and I put it around me. It's like the ultimate luxury. That's my bar, where all the fun stuff happens. Do you guys want a drink in the middle of the day? Okay. This is actually an old Indian balti, or in translation, it's a bucket. These baltis were used to like basically have a bath with. So I use it as a vase in the house, and I kind of love it. I love hosting and feeding people. I think it's like the North Indian in me who likes to just like, I love feeding people. I love having people over. This was something that I've always wanted in every home, where the dining and the kitchen is always like a big focus of mine. So it's always amazing. This is my little supari box. Every time after a meal, we like pass this around. The one thing that I love about this room, the artifact and the art, these are old tablets of Ravi Verma that they used to make the lithographs out of, like little prints out of. My favorite piece actually was gifted to me by Chiki Doshi, or like everybody knows, Mahendra Doshi. He made this for my little baby, Vayu, and I love this. This is something which is a collectible, and I love Chiki. Should we go into the kitchen, which is my favorite room in the whole house? I keep saying that every room is my favorite room, but this is truly my favorite room. I love coming to the kitchen a lot. I use the kitchen a lot. I love baking. I love cooking. So this was something that was really important to me, where I have a beautiful space. This room is inspired by Delft tiles. I had this artist called Shivani. I told her to put Indian flora and fauna and birds and kind of design my whole kitchen in a blue and white. I have this little like space that I love, these pocket doors. These are all bespoke and made pottery from Bangalore. These are like these kulhards that I got made. Again, all hand painted and handmade, and all by Indian artisans. Let's go upstairs into our private space, which are our bedrooms. Come on. I'm taking off my shoes because we don't wear shoes upstairs in the house. So I'm barefoot from now on, guys. Like, I didn't want any part of my house that did not have design. These lithographs were actually made during the time of the East India Company, where they came in and they basically drew scenes of India. And I had Vikas take inspiration from these lithos and kind of paint the staircase inspired by these lithos. So welcome to my guest bedroom. I did this with my mother-in-law in mind because she grew up in Ajmer and I wanted her to remember that. So I have these pomegranates and she can think about her home there. But like, this is the guest room where my friends stay or my in-laws stay when they come to Mumbai. I want to talk about this chest. This is basically for a desk. It's a writing chest, and I keep it open because it's so beautiful inside, and it has this little key that makes a little bell sound, which I think is beautiful. But this is just like a showpiece right now, which I have in this room, and I love it. Do you want to go into my son's room? So this room was designed by Anusha Nanavati, who specializes in children's rooms. So I decided to do this whole room as a jungle in color, and this is painted by Vikas, and everything is made of teakwood and cane. I knew when I was making his room, I wanted to get these like big animals. And I picked up like this lion and this giraffe, this elephant, this like little dog, which is, he calls Jack, was my mom's dog is Jack. And every night when he sleeps, he's like, good night giraffe, good night elephant, good night lion, good night Jack. And he sits on that chair, which is this like little tiny chair, which my friend Rushad actually designed for him. And it says Vayu on it. So the last space is my bedroom. When we were thinking of designing this house, I remember sending my Marcy. It was in an old AD. It was Cher's bedroom. In her bedroom, she had this like beautiful old Jharoka as her headboard. And we kind of used that as a focal point of this room, and we started with this headboard. And then the rest of the Jharoka is to cover my TV because I don't like to see TVs. So we shut it before we go to sleep. So there's a television behind that. My gorgeous dressing table is over here. When my son falls asleep, I quickly have my dinner and I just go into my bed after obviously a hot shower and just relax. Whatever I know about art, whatever I know about artifacts is because of my Marcy.
Her only brief was to me, I want layer over layers. And I kept saying, no, we can't do this. No, but we can't do this. And she said, no, we can do this and you will do this. I'm not going to live here. She's going to live here. So she should be comfortable in her own space. This is not my house. It's her house. I'm only there as a medium.
AD, hello. Come on in. It's the cleanest it'll ever be. So this is the biggest room in the house. It's the living room. And I wanted it to feel really expansive. So somebody could be playing Rummy Cube over there. That's really the Rummy Cube table. And people could be sitting around the fire here. You know how you just imagine it? And then someday you have a perfect moment where it actually comes true. That is like a kind of moment. Steve and Brooke Gianetti and I have worked together for a long time. And I sat down with them one time and said, okay, I know exactly the house I want to build. And I described it to him. Steve sent me a watercolor of it, and that is exactly the house we built. We so didn't change much that I started panicking in the middle of the build, and I thought, I never even made a Pinterest board. I never even showed him pictures from a magazine. I just told him what I wanted, and he did it, and what if I hate it? But it turns out I'm really, really happy. The paintings are both by Rainer Andreessen, this Victor Garber's husband, and in that one, there's a little photograph of Victor and me painted into the painting, and so it's extra special, dear to me. This is by Reed Bradley at Judson Studios. He is the son of a friend of mine, Marla Frazee. She's my favorite children's book author. I wanted it to be evocative of spring in West Virginia. And you see like the morning glories coming down and a little bit of the mountains in the distance. A special feature, especially in the summer, is having these doors all the way wide open. Here we have it, indoor, outdoor. This isn't California, I don't know what is. The only problem is, if my kids are having their class pool party here or something, it's very hard to keep wet kids out of the house. I have to really just stand guard and say, get away. I'll look over and there'll be two wet teenagers playing the piano, and I'm just like, okay, don't look, don't look. I'm so excited to show you my kitchen because since the day I moved in, this is the first time ever that the counter's been clean. Look, it's never gonna look like this again. Please memorialize this. I love a wood kitchen. So the house really is like being inside a treehouse. Here alone with my kids on a weekend, I cannot tell you how often I make something and I'm just feeding them as it comes off the stove because I'm not very good at things coming out of the oven or off the stove at the same time. So it is just like, have your vegetables, now have your this, now have your that. It's all out of order, but they don't seem to mind. So I knew when I imagined my favorite kitchen ever in my mind that it would have an area dedicated to baking. It just makes it so much easier to have it all in one place and to know where your different flours are and your chocolate chips. Chocolate chips are the most important thing in the whole house, and I could tell you where they are. All of my fireplace grates are done by Wallace Metalworks. Usually there's a dog sleeping under here. It just adds so much coziness. It's unbelievable how nice it is to have a little bit of fire going in your kitchen. This is the dining room. When I first moved to LA, I made friends with a photographer named Laura Porzak, and she's turned into this incredible fine arts photographer. Clearly, I'm a fan of her stuff because this is all Porzak. Brooke Giannetti and I had a blast looking at light fixtures. I can never figure out dining room lights, but you know what? You live with the choices you make, and I think I'm good with it. We really eat at home almost all the time, and we eat in here pretty regularly, and I put doors on this room so that it could be a meeting room. And actually I have a lot of meetings in here. I work from home if I'm not on set. So the first room I described to Steve, I said, I want a library that is a super awesome, cozy up with everyone TV room, and I want it to be like a deep gray blue. This is what he did, and I think he kind of nailed it. When we were first envisioning the room, I said, I know the couch I want, but it's a BBDW couch. And this is it. And it's comfortable. And I just like the look of it. It's just pretty. This is everyone's favorite place. You just don't need some huge old screening room. We're pretty happy just being right in here. Feet go anywhere. I am so not fussy. There are feet, there are dogs, there are shoes. If you're gonna build a house, you have to live in it. If we were gonna have a library, I wanted it to be still light. So it opens all the way, and then it can go straight out to the garden. Here's our fireplace. And this is our clover, because it's supposed to be good for the earth. It's so easy, we just threw down seeds, and I just think it's cheerful. I have an owl box, and I'm waiting for an owl to discover it. Come on. Look, my very first cherry ever. Oh my gosh. Look at my little orchard. I love it so much. We have apricots, figs, and cherries right here. And then we have peaches, nectarines, apples, and they are all fed by gray water because water is hard to come by in California and I don't want to use more than my share. So the gray water system, it's a big tank and it collects all the water from the washing machine, the dishwasher, and filters it and waters very specifically what you tell it to water. But there's a lot of phosphorus in gray water for some reason, and I guess fruit trees thrive on it. So we just said, add more fruit trees. I love that you can come out here in the middle of the summer and find a snack. Growing up the daughter of a farmer and having such connections to my family farm, it just truly thrills me. So pretty much everything here is edible. All of the bushes are blueberry bushes. And actually, I'm gonna get you a blueberry. I see one. Here you go. You wanna see my vegetable house? It's so cute. I'm all about herbs. Mostly I want thyme. I cannot grow enough. My kids and I love kale chips, so we always have a lot of kale. It's tomato season, it's green bean season, and then just natural flowers that pests don't like. Because, you know, you gotta be organic. This is my favorite spot to sit. Well, I have different favorite spots. I sit in this little house behind us in the morning with coffee. Here, I'll act it out for you. Isn't it so nice? And then, if it's nighttime and I have friends over, I'll show you. This is where we like to be. We turn heaters on, fire, blankets, cozy. We do have a bird's nest in the passion fruit vine right here. Oh, it got torn up. Oh, R.I.P. Okay, let's go upstairs. This is the landing at the top of the stairs. We have here some fish. My kids for Mother's Day many years ago gave me an empty little fish tank, which was basically their way of saying, please go buy saltwater fish. But you can just sit and watch their personalities forever. Kids need a spot to study. You just need a place to spread out and do projects. So that is this table. This reading nook is maybe my favorite space in the house. You can peek in on the fish. It has all the kids' books. It has this awesome stained glass of a big old oak with 3 little owls and Birdie looking up at them. And there was one magical night where exactly what I hoped for happened. And all 3 kids were piled in here with me and we pulled down all the books from when they were little and we read them one after the other. That's really all I could hope for. All of us are readers, and if you're building your own house, you might as well offer people as many great places to read as possible. Welcome to my bedroom. This is T-Bear. My dad gave him to me when I was 3 from the Sears catalog. My mom made him some overalls. I knew I just wanted something that felt tight, compact. It was not a space that I needed a ton of room devoted to. Do you like it, T-Bear? Yeah, T-Bear likes it. I love that I can open these doors at night and wake up to birds. So I didn't need a huge bedroom. I did want a large bathroom because so often we get ready for work at home and it's always, in your own bathroom and you need space for everyone to be comfortable. I wanted my bathroom to be really neutral, really calming. We wanted a kind of white that was flattering to have light bounce off of. I also wanted the house to look like an old farmhouse next to an old barn. And this is obviously the barn part because you can see the barn window. So this is where I sit and they turn me from one old gal to another. This bathtub, I love being next to the window. I love the quiet. I love having a tree in my bathroom. I'm very lucky. This is like a dream come true room for me because I love to have kids over for a slumber party, but I'm also a stickler about sleep. Although sometimes there are kids literally everywhere. I wanted built-in bunks where kids could cozy up all in one together, which is usually what happens. Late at night, you'll see them all bent over something that they're looking at together, or they're all in this bunk watching something on TV. I love that the beds all have their own, just like you're on a ship, a really nice ship. I love having a spot that is just where kids can be kids. I also keep all of their favorite toys from when they were really little. You want little kids who come over to feel welcome and excited. And every now and then, the big kids will still pull out the old toys and play. Who doesn't want to put the money in the piggy bank? If you'd like me to ring up your groceries. Oh, that's where Bananagrams is. We're big Harry Potter fans. And what are you going to do if you have a little cabinet under the stairs? You have to use it. So it became my son's office. Just a little spot for him to come in and dream. Mostly he hides from me and eats candy, but I can't blame him. I would do the same. I'm such a private person about my home. And here I've just taken you through the entire house. And really, it's for a couple of reasons. I've never built anything all by myself before, and I'm so proud of it. I am filled with gratitude every time I walk into my house that I get to live here, that I'm so lucky to have my kids here. So it's unlike me, and yet I'm so happy to have shared it with you. I loved hanging with you today. Bye, AD.
Hey, AD. I'm Jimmy Butler. Welcome to California. Better yet, welcome to my house. I think fancy people call this a foyer. I don't call it that. I call it the beginning of a house, I don't know, but it's not a foyer. You got art. It is a ton of space to do absolutely nothing. This is actually probably the most pointless area in the house, but I guess you just walk to the front door and then you're here. Oh, and there are roses. The designer I worked with. Tiffany Brooks Interior. I was just telling her, yo, get freaky with it. And she came in here and really fucked some shit up. I'm very impressed. I think I said I just want it to be really, really, really light. I want all this natural light. I want white walls, light floors, pretty couches and stuff. I didn't ask for this table though. She put that there. I probably take a lot of credit for it now that I think about it. Like when people ask, oh, what'd you do to the house? I was like, I put a table in this room, a piano over here. It was Tiffany that did it. This is like my live music room. When I say live music room, I mean if any of my musical friends are coming over, this is where we set them up. If and when we have karaoke, everybody's invited. I will outperform anybody. I may not sound the best, but I guarantee I put on a great show. Ooh, go-to karaoke song. Right now, this second, a bar song. Everybody, yeah, that one. And if we like all time, it's Mario, however you want to say it, Let Me Love You. This is the kitchen. That's my baby's chair right there. My daughter's seat, my significant other's seat. That's a lie. I'm single, ladies. Holla at me. Y'all see my house. So a normal morning, afternoon, and/or dinner, we don't really sit down. Well, the kids do. We all stand up and eat like Black people do. It's like we have chairs, we just don't use them. And we just make a complete utter mess. There's food all on the floor from the kids. At one point in time, we all have to understand that we are kids' bitches. If you're a parent, whatever the kids say, you just have to do. So we could have full-blown steak and potatoes, and then Riley's like, I want spaghetti. And then fucking Riley gets spaghetti because I'm a little bitch. This place is called the Conservatory. The reason that I like this space is because like with the floors, I feel like I'm in Italy, but I'm in California. I'm at home. Hot. It is hot in this room. Between this hot ass window and these windows, it is hot in here. The chandelier that's up here, it's custom made for me. It's beautiful. It looks cool in this hot ass room. Tiffany did design it. She picked there's too many shaped light bulbs up there. And I just think it's Tiffany being Tiffany, just hella extra for no reason. But it's good job, Tiff. Did great. Now we are in the wine cellar, which is my new favorite area of the house. It's the vibe that I was going for, like darker, drink your wine, spill it on the floor. You can't really tell because they got all of this dark brick. Chris Hoel is the master sommelier. Is that how you say it? Sommelier, sumo wrestler. He's the one that drinks all the wine, and he's the one that helps me to collect all of this expensive grape juice. This is my favorite wine. It is the absolute greatest. Sesakaya. Shouts to y'all. In 2013, Mark Wahlberg was in town filming Transformers. And when we get to his trailer, he's like, hey, do you drink wine? And I was like, no. And then the dude next to me was like, yes, you do. You don't tell Mark Wahlberg that you don't drink wine. And he popped a bottle of 2010 Sesakaya. And that's probably the most collected wine that I have. This is the hallway. I call this the big boy hallway because obviously all the big bottles. That leads to the main part of this wine cellar. I swear if I hit one of these steps behind me, where all the normal sized bottles are, which is behind me. Yeah, see that? I've been here a ton of times that I know where each and every, I definitely didn't know that that last one was a step. Now we are here. We have made it to the rotunda. Look at this chandelier. Tifton did it again. Those are moon rocks on the top of the chandelier up there, straight from Mars. The total cellar holds about 20,000, and I think I got like 6,100 bottles in here as we speak. This behind everybody right here, you know what? This is my California section. You got the Screaming Eagle over here. And then we're going into Italy. This area is the Bordeaux. Bordeaux is here. This is probably my favorite bottle in here. A 1973 Mouton Rothschild. I know I butchered that because I don't speak French, but Picasso's painting is on here. And then from there, we go to, back that thing up. You a fine motherfucker, won't you back that thing up? This is also Bordeaux. So keep backing that thing up. You fine motherfucker, back that thing. This is Burgundy, which me and Chris, we take a trip to Burgundy in the middle of July. So middle of July, we'll be in Burgundy, trying to get much more. Let's talk about two very, very, very important bottles to me, myself. The Côte d'Estrennel, I think I said that right. This bottle means a lot to me because Neymar's number 10, and I think they only did 10 of these bottles. So I begged and pleaded with them to give me the 10th bottle. Neymar's the GOAT, so everything we're doing here is all about number 10. And then this one is called Do Crew. And this one is special because it's from 2019, which is my daughter's birth year. So they put Riley Butler on here. They did 33 of this collection. Guess what number mine is? Any takers? 10. Neymar again. It's all about Neymar if you haven't noticed. We're at my domino table / card table. This is where I be kicking ass. Oh, crazy. I started playing dominoes when I was probably like 4, and it's how my dad taught me how to count. And ever since then, I've just been the best at it. I'm not afraid to admit that. You know, some people like to stay humble about it. Fuck that, I am the best in the world at dominoes. A lot goes on out here. You know, pool, cabana over there, kitchen, sand volleyball. The craziest part about the sand volleyball court is it used to be a tennis court. And then I was like, I don't even fucking like tennis. So I got a great idea. Let's just dump fucking 20 tons of sand on top of it. And then the following summer, you fall in love with tennis. That's how stupid I am. So now I got to figure out a place to put a tennis court. We work out on the sand, just a different way to get ready for the season. Running, volleyball, obviously. Beach tennis is a new thing that we've been doing. And then foot volley. So whenever the Brazilians are over here at the house, that's the game that they want to play. And I'm not gonna say I'm not good, but it's a challenge. I'm gonna say I've won every time. I'm not gonna say I lost every time either, but it's difficult. I lost every time. I just like Southern California because you got all the space that you need. It's quiet. I like that. I just want to be around my people. I want to do what I want to do and not bother anybody. What better place to do it than Southern California? Yeehaw. This is my spot. This is the first Big Face coffee shop here in my own home. I will allow my neighbors to come in here, but for everybody here, coffee will cost you $60 and I'm not fucking around. We don't take cash here. But I take cash under the table, so. Big Face Coffee is a venture that I really started in the bubble, and it just started out with a love of coffee. And since then, I've been able to build this incredible team behind Big Face to help make all of this stuff come to life. After basketball, this is what I want to be doing. For me, personally, coffee is a lot like wine in the sense that you can never know everything about it. But more than anything, you get to sit down with people that you don't get to see every day. And I mean, that's always been my dream. Just chill, coffee, and talk to some really good people. This is a custom machine that we did with La Marzocco. We got the opportunity to go visit La Marzocco in Italy. And the first thing that I saw when I was in there was this machine. And I was just like, can I please have one? And they said yes, and now I have it in my own home. I don't think you'll see one of these anywhere else in the United States, by the way, so think about that. We are in the dining room. In the hood growing up, where you eat at is called the living room, but now that I'm a little bit fancy, I have a dining room. This is where all my cool friends come over and we eat dinner and we drink expensive wines and we talk about nothing important. And I get to put my foot up on this chair because I paid for it. So I do what I want to do in my house. I don't do too much in this space besides drink wine. And if my boys are here and I don't want to share my wine that I paid for in my chair, then I don't have to. So I'm in here a lot by myself too. Tiffany did an incredible job with these big paintings right here. I feel like they say something in this area. Tiffany picked these. Tiffany, great find, great pick. These are daffodils. Yeah, I'm a botanist. Right now, we are on this landing upstairs above the entry / foyer. These chairs are cause chairs. Brian's a good friend of mine, so thank you for the chairs, Brian. They're out here because they were gonna go in my daughter's room, but then I figured when I wasn't looking, she would draw all over them. So now I can watch her draw on them out here in this beautiful hallway, because I know that's gonna happen. This is my bed. It's customed. Tiffany didn't do that one. I did that. I think it's like 9 by something. It's pretty big. Very, very, very comfortable. And then I have it's not a strategically placed big face mug back there or anything, but it's a coffee cup back there. I wanted to be able to come here and just relax. I don't want too many colorful things. I want it to be very, very, very neutral. I think she overdid it on the fancy pillows on the bed. Every day I get into bed, I have to throw all of those off and then put them back on. I mean, the night ritual is my daughter comes running in here from the other room and jumps on the bed because she doesn't want to go to sleep, you know, like kids do. Then I'm in here watching my show. I could be watching anything. Batman, Superman, Money Talks. Ooh, Bad Boys. Love that movie. Fucking Bluey. I don't want to fucking watch Bluey at 11 o'clock. You shouldn't even be up at 11. As often as I should get great sleep in my own bed, because of my kids, I do not. But I love y'all. I really do. This view is really special to me. Once again, I love Europe. I love Italy. And so whenever I look out over the balcony, it's a way to say we kind of brought Italy to us here, because growing up, I didn't even know where Italy was. I was never supposed to make it to go see Italy. So now I can wake up in the morning and I get my own little piece of Italy. My bathroom. I mean, it's a bathroom. It got 2 toilets. It got 2 showers. Tiffany wanted a standalone tub. Tiffany got a standalone tub. I'm gonna take the credit for this one. I did ask for floor-to-ceiling marble, actually. And I knew that this was marble. I definitely did. It was my idea to start on the floor and take it to the ceiling with the marble. I mean, I feel like you dirty as hell if you don't spend a lot, like you have to take showers. So, and I work out consistently. So I would say I'm in here about, if the kids are taking a bath and you can't leave your kids uncivilized because they just drink the pee water, which I don't even understand why kids do that. So they're in the fucking tub for 45 minutes. That adds on to the time that I'm in here. Probably like 2 showers a day, maybe 3, at like 15 minutes. 15 times 3, 57. Yeah, 57 minutes. Thanks for coming through. Kids must be fed, and I must play dominoes. See ya.
Hello, AD. What are you doing here? Just kidding. Welcome to our home. This is the gun room. I should contextualize this experience for you. The house was built in 1924. The gentleman who owned it had 3,000 acres around here. We have 125. It was built in the design of a Scottish hunting lodge. I personally have never been to a Scottish hunting lodge, so I'm gonna have to take your word for it. This was the gun room and where they would store all of their guns and go on a hunt. They had a pheasant farm here and a number of other things. So let me show you this right over here so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. There are these little gun butt kind of indentations right here. We put these shelves in on both sides, but the guns were lined up on both sides of this door. Check this out. You know what this is? This is a Prohibition bar. Now we have the original blueprints of the house, right? So we know that this room was called a linen closet, but it ain't a linen closet. This is where I get to do my thing. This is where they kept all of their liquor for all of their friends that kind of came over. They entertained kind of the likes of Edna St. Vincent Millay, Babe Ruth, Walt Disney, Joan Crawford, even the House of Windsor. What's so special about this and the history of this place is that all of the people that drank here actually signed the wall. This is the signatures of some of the people that signed the wall. This is Edna St. Vincent Millay here at the top, and Hal Erskine and a number of other people. Joan Crawford's name was right over there in the corner, but they covered it up with stain when we were redoing this room. Joan, I'm so sorry. In keeping with tradition with what they did in this bar, I have asked a number of my friends to begin signing this wall because socializing and having friends over and talking is very, very important to me and my family. Rosebud. Just kidding. So we are in the Hudson Valley, and as you can imagine, it's cold, and it certainly would have been much colder than it was today in the 1920s. So all of the fireplaces in this house are practical. The one thing in this room I did want to show you is this. This is a bronze casting of my hand from the Hateful Eight. This Roman artisan made a sculpture out of it and presented it to Quentin at the premiere of the Hateful Eight in Rome. Oh, Architectural Digest, you're still here? Just kidding. Okay, come this way. I want to show you something. This is a gift from Sam Jackson. It's a gun that he gave us on the Hateful Eight. He gave 7 of us the gun. He gave Jennifer Jason Leigh a Prada purse. And she said, you can keep the Prada purse. I want the gun. This is the living room. It literally is my favorite room in the house. We spend a lot of time in this room as a family. There are, 20 windows in this room, and so you can kind of look out and see the seasons as they change. The sun comes up right over there, and we wake up early in the morning and have a cappuccino and sit in here and watch the sun come up. It's very romantic. When we were designing this house, we wanted it to feel like it felt in 1923, like it's a living salon. We contacted a dear friend of ours who became our interior architect, Sean Henderson, who is an unbelievable designer in this home. He just helped us reframe this experience and begin to think how we could live in it as a family. I like things that are old, that feel lived in and worn, and a lot of the little bitty things that you see on all of these shelves as we walk through the house, or even lamps or even chairs. They're just things that I've just kind of picked up along the way in my travels. Now, I'm a firm believer in not having to walk more than 3 or 4 feet without having a place to sit, or with a drink and a friend and having a conversation. I think that that's what life is really all about. Can we just look at this fireplace? This is 120 years old. I sit here in front of this fire with my wife or with a friend and have a glass of wine, and I just think about all the conversations that were had around this fire over 100 years, and it just fills me with so much joy. It's very important for me to say this. There are a lot of artisans and artists that went into the making of our home in this community that we now call home. And some of those people are James Romanchuk and his son, Dave. Jake Saka, who did all of the plumbing. Again, Sean Henderson, our architectural designer, and Dean Warner, who did the electricity. Chris Gregory, who matched all of the walls around here. And again, I just think it's so important to say that, like making a movie, an actor doesn't make a movie, a director doesn't make a movie. A team of people show up every day and pour their hearts into it. This is a painting by a friend of mine, Danny Fox. And you'll see Danny and Wes Lang in a lot of places. They're my best friends, and I'm very fortunate to have a few of their pieces, and they're bangers, if you know what I mean. Come with me. So then that leads into this hallway. Check this thing out. This is what's so cool about this. This was the main entrance to the house. We decided to close this entrance off to the house and kind of redid all the stone outside so that this is kind of like our personal wing. But this was the main entrance to the house. And it's just one of my favorite rooms in the whole house. It's just a hallway, but what a magnificent hallway it is. You'll see a lot of art in this home. That's what I do. That's what I'm passionate about. It's about collecting things and finding things that are meaningful to me. I spend a lot of time in antique shops and flea markets and things of that nature. But I've been collecting art for about 28 years. And I started when, chips from Ballet Park and just a little bitty thing. And now, 28 years later, we've accumulated a lot of art. And having our son exposed to art is one of the most important gifts I think that we've been able to give him. This is my ass, and it's my son's ass, and we are walking in a river up here in the Hudson Valley. He's probably 3 there, so it would have been about 11 years ago. What I also really love about this room is the view. We live in the Hudson Valley, so it's constantly filled with deer or wild turkey or black bears or me walking naked, talking to myself studying lines. You can see all of those things outside this window. And now I'm going to take you to the kitchen. This is where the cooking happens. And guess what? I do none of it. Zero. My wife, she does all of it. She's an incredible cook. I'm very lucky to have a partner who enjoys cooking as much as my wife does. Although I do cook a mean sourdough, and I cook some unbelievable focaccia. Maybe you've heard of it? These are just like old plates that we kind of found. And this little piece of art right up here was the first piece of art that I bought from a friend of mine. That one and this one almost 28 years ago. But these are just things that we've kind of collected. These are ants. There's some ants right here. Again, they're just fans of my focaccia. This is the table that we had at our house in Los Angeles, and it was too long for here, so we just cut it down. We live in the woods, so it's not like you can kind of run down to the store and get everything that you need. There was a lot of thought and a lot of effort that kind of went into all of this. The other thing that I'm really passionate about is lighting. I just have been collecting light fixtures for a really long time. This is one of them that we got from a friend of ours. Not a lot of variety in the lamps that I like. Most of them are brass or copper. The thing that my family can't stand is how low I usually keep the lights. And they're constantly like, you see everything is on a dimmer. See that? Everything's on a dimmer. I'm gonna do an impersonation of my family whenever they walk into a room. And the lights go up. And as soon as they leave, the lights go down. Oh, I'm so sorry, Architectural Digest. I was just having a moment to myself. This is the TV room. Movies are a really big part of my son and my wife's life. So we spend a lot of time in this room watching movies, especially when it gets dark early and there's snow outside. This is my office, and it's kind of a big, wide open space. This is a desk that I've had for about 10 years. It's just really personal to me with, again, a bunch of things that I've collected over the years. I have stuff everywhere. This is a board where I keep all kind of my inspiration and things that, you know, I've done kind of over the years and things that really matter to me, and a lot of pictures of my son. Hey, that's Tim Oliphant. And that's me. That's Raylan and Boyd right there. Pretty cool. This is my personal space, and this room is, it's me. When we bought the house, this is actually 3 bedrooms and a bathroom up here, and the rooms were really small. And then this was the caretaker's bedroom, but we turned this into a bathroom. You know, the thing about this house, when we bought it, it hadn't been touched in 100 years. Every system in the house was on the precipice of failing. I mean, over the course of that year, we learned so much about this house, the history of this place, but we learned so much about ourselves and what it takes to bring a house back to life. And we're better for it because it's literally the place that we want to be for the rest of our lives. So this is our bedroom. The guy who built the house, this was his bedroom. I mean, the way that he designed this house is extraordinary in the sense that the living room faces south, and so it gets sun all day long, whereas this room in particular faces east. So you wake up in the morning and then you see the sunrise. The first time that we saw it, we didn't expect it, and we woke up with the sun kind of hitting our eyes, and we couldn't believe what we were looking at, that this man had the foresight to position this in such a way with the architects that they used to build it that allowed you to wake up to nature kind of in that way. It blew our minds, but it really opened up our hearts, and I can't believe that we get to live here. You've seen my bed, but there's one bed that you haven't seen. We have a black lab, and she's the kind of the nucleus, the heart of our family. Well, she would sleep on our sofas, and they're made out of velvet. And when we moved here to the Hudson Valley, we were taking apart an old couch that we had. And I said, "Oh, don't throw that away. Let's make the dog's bed out of our old sofa, and then maybe she'll have her own velvet bed and she won't sleep on our sofa. But it didn't work. She still sleeps on our sofa. AD, thank you so much for letting us share our home with you. We really appreciate you coming out. It's a place that's very special to us, and we hope you enjoy your time. Be careful driving home.
Hi AD, it's Kendall Jenner. Welcome back to my house. I just decorated for the holidays and I am so excited for you guys to see. I feel my house is just really cozy and really homey, so I really lean towards everything feeling as organic as possible. The wreaths outside, most things are all decorated very naturally with acorns and pine cones. I love vintage. I'm always looking for vintage inspiration. Martha Stewart has been big on my mood boards this year. For the holiday decor, I work with Jeff Latham. He is a master. He's amazing, and he finds me all my trees, and we decorate together. I love collaborating with the pros. Jeff is my Christmas angel. Since the last time you guys were here, my art's changed. I have a few new rooms in the house that I've redecorated, so I'm excited to show you guys. I love this room always, but mostly at the holidays, just because it's such a nice room to come play games with friends. We play a lot of Mafia in this house, so this is the room where we all convene for Mafia and like scream at each other. But it's also the best for like wine nights, putting on the record player and just like gossiping and crying together and having deep talks. My real wood fireplace is pretty special in LA, at least, because they have to be grandfathered in at this point, so I love her. I love the crackle, I love the smell, especially at the holidays. This is the bigger of two trees in the house. This I could get emotional talking about because this year for Christmas, my mom actually gifted me the original Christopher Radko Christmas ornaments that I grew up with for 29 years of my life. My mom's had these since before I was born, and I thought she had given them to another sister of mine, which I will not name names, and I got really sad last year and had to break down to her, and she actually didn't give them to her, and then this year surprised me. They are the originals, so even this box is really special to me because this is the box that they were all packaged in, literally my whole childhood, so all these things are burned into my memory. Thank you, Mom, I love you so much, and this is the best. My mom is amazing at holidays. She, like my whole life, would just deck the house out for each and every holiday. So I have to give her credit for kind of teaching me that. I learned a lot of that from her, and it makes it feel really special for me now in my own home. And hopefully one day when I have my own family, these things will mean to them what they mean to me. Most of the decorations in this house, like this guy over here, they're all from my mom. They're all hand-me-downs. So pretty much all my Christmas decorations or things in the house are things I grew up with. These stockings are the same stocking brand and pretty much identical to the ones that we grew up with in our house. And my mom still has the originals and we use them every year. I just don't own them. I let her have those, but mine says my name on it at home, and every family member has one with their name on it. I just have these here for the memories and the nostalgia. It's the holidays, so I feel like I need to just like pour myself a drink for good time's sake. I actually just got into what I would say is a holiday-inspired drink. It's like this spiked horchata, eggnoggy, almost there's a bit of espresso martini situation happening in it, and I just batched it up and made it for my friends, and it was so good. So I feel like I'm into that right now. Obviously an espresso martini just never fails, but right now I'm just going for straight with a little orange, and it might be my favorite. It's simple, but it's so my dining room. Tommy and Kathleen Clements and Waldo Fernandez helped me design the house originally 7 years ago, but they still continually help me with the house. They came the other night to help me set up this table, which I thought was really sweet. These are my Hermes dishes that my sister got me. Anyone that knows me knows that I'm obsessed with horses, so this is a cherished gift. And this is like not obvious holiday, but that's what I love about it. When's there a better time to pull out your Hermes dishes than the holidays? This dollhouse, again, something that could make me emotional. This is obviously not the original, but my mom, growing up, had this exact dollhouse in our house with all similar little furnitures and knickknacks and all these little things. Last year for Christmas, my mom got each and every family member their own, and she took all the time to completely customize them. So everybody kind of has things that they love. For example, like a lot of shopping bags of brands that I love. My dog Pyro is right here. There's like some horseback riding gear, saddles and things like that. So she took the time to make sure she personalized and customized for each personality, each sister, each family member, and this is really, really special. This was like probably one of my favorite gifts I've ever been given, especially on Christmas morning. So this was really cool. This will be with me forever, and I hope my kids one day love it just as much as I do. I absolutely love company, and I really love hosting. Like, I just love bringing people together. It's like one of my joys in life. I love being the glue. I love having happy moments with friends and helping curate those moments. So having a home where I feel like I can welcome friends into in that way and have big fun nights or small fun cozy nights, that's really important to me. So the holidays is the perfect time for me to celebrate that. And honestly, my house at the holidays is my favorite way to see my house. So I'm so happy you guys are here, not only for that, but I just love inviting people in to just enjoy it as much as I do. I sat here last night by myself with a glass of wine and just watched my fire in my tree, and it literally could not have brought me any more joy. I was so happy. So now we are in my kitchen. Not much has changed in here. I just love having everything and anything dessert-wise available at all times. So we've got some pies, we've got amazing fruits and veggies all over the house always. I just feel like it makes me happy. And it feels warm, and it feels, I don't know, good in a house. On Christmas morning, we make bishi. My sisters, their grandmother taught them how to make it. It's an Armenian breakfast, and they have now kind of passed it on to Kylie and I as well and taught us the recipe. So we all come together Christmas morning and make bishi, which is really nice and just something to look forward to because it's so yummy. Every year my mom had the cutest gingerbread houses, and they had every single family member's name on them, and they got so full and so crowded over the years because the families just kept growing. But now we all get our own individual ones in our own homes, and I have no human family members yet, so this is my animal family. It's all my horses and my dog. If anyone had seen my original AD, you'll realize that this room is slightly different. It's like one of those projects in my house where I'm like, why didn't I do this sooner? I really wanted this room to become a little bit cozier. The furniture that was in here before was just old furniture that I'd brought over from an old house, so I really wanted to refresh the room and give it a new vibe. I'm loving my built-ins. I'm so happy with them. I feel like they add a warmth to the room that was really necessary. And then my second tree. I feel like this year for me, there's been a bow theme. My birthday party that my little sister threw me was also bow themed. Anyone that follows our family knows that we kind of have a Christmas wrapping competition going on every year. So each family member does their own wrapping, and then every year kind of like unspoken competition happens. I feel like I am, the last 3 years running probably the winner, and I think it's gonna happen again this year. But this is mine for this year. I love it. It's just chic and gorgeous, kind of simple, but I love it. So my new couch, I love so much. So Bodhi and Green River Projects, they kind of collab on this project. They customized me this couch. They go in and they basically draw on the entire couch your life, or the things you love, or whatever you want really. And they killed it. They smashed it at the park. I'm so happy. There's just so much personality and so much of my life on this couch. And it is the most comfy. And I think it goes perfectly in my house and in this room. I have a lot of favorite moments on here. These are my 2 dogs that I grew up with. They have since passed on. This is a photo of like my mom and dad's wedding day that I thought was really cute. Like random things, like Calabasas Cheetahs was the track team I ran on when I was younger. So like that's that. Very, very personal. So we're in my theater. This is a relatively new room, definitely a new room for you guys. This was the art studio when you guys last saw it. Now it's a cozy theater. We customized everything, all the furniture's custom. There's my Bodie guy over here, call him Squid. I just got my little Bottega puff back here. So this has kind of become the cowboy room in a weird way. We end up in here most nights watching movies. I fall asleep on this couch just constantly, and I spend hours in here. My favorite Christmas movies to watch in here, I mean, The Holiday never fails me, but I like The Holiday year-round usually. Elf, all the classics. I just love the classics. And nostalgia, you guys. The theme for today is nostalgia. So anything that makes me feel that. Thank you so much for coming back. I hope you enjoyed. I loved showing you my house at the holidays. I have to go set up for some friends coming over, but I love you guys. Happy holidays.